विश्वेश्वराय नमः। हरिः ओम्। यश्छन्दसां वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोऽप्योऽध्यमृतात् सम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया स्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवधारणो भूयासम् शरीरं मे विचर्षणम् जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरि विश्रुवम् ब्रह्मणः कोशोऽसि मेधया पिहितः श्रुतं मे गोपाय मेधा देवी जुषमाना न आगात् द्विष्वाची भद्रा सुमनस्यमाना त्वया जुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्तान् बृहद्वदेव विदते सुवीराः त्वया जुष्ट ऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मा गतश्रीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेधे मेधां म इन्द्रो ददातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विना उभावा दत्तां पुष्करश्रजा अप्सरासु चया मेधा गन्धर्वेषु चयन्मनः दैवी मेधा सरस्वती सामा मेधा सुरविर्जुषताव स्वाहा आमान् मेधा सुरविर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगदीजगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिङ्गमाना सामा मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्ताम् मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्रियं ददातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो व्राजो ददातु हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात्। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
Eric Bryngen said, and I quote, "The future of management is not man versus machine. It is man and machine working together to achieve unprecedented levels of productivity and success." Om Shri Sai Ram, offering my most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of Mother Sai. Respected Director Ma'am, Professor Dr. N. Srividya, guests of honor, Ms. Janaki Balaraman, Ms. Anusha Vijaykant, Sai Geeta Ma'am, Dean of Management and Commerce, Dr. U. Suma Rao, AHOD, Dr. G. Padmavati Ma'am, esteemed faculty members, and my dear sisters, a loving Sai Ram to one and all present here. Today, I welcome you all to a one-day workshop on AI-driven management, navigating the future of business. The journey ahead is always bright when illuminated by the light of knowledge. Now we will have the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the enlightenment that education brings. I request Ms. Janaki Balaraman, Ms. Anusha Vijaykant, Professor Dr. N. Srividya Ma'am, Dr. U. Suma Rao, and Sai Geeta Ma'am to light the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to take their seats. Now I request MBA sisters to welcome the dignitaries with a flower bouquet. I deem it my privilege to introduce Dr. U. Suma Rao to deliver the welcome address for today. After completing her BCom and B.Ed at Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in 1990, she moved on to pursue MCom and MEd in Annamalai University, further which she joined as a teacher at Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in 1993. During her days at the campus, she received all-rounder gold medal from the Divine Hands in 1990. She was also a recipient of Sai Krishna Award for her excellence in teaching from the Divine Hands. Join me in welcoming Dr. U. Suma Rao. Dr. U. Suma Rao.
Oh, sorry. Om Shri Sai Ram. My humble pranams at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Respected Director Ma'am, our guests of honor, our AHOD, our faculty members, and our dear students. It is indeed a very pleasant duty that I am given this task of welcoming all of you for this capacity building workshop on the impact of AI on business. So in some way, I would just like to set a tone to this whole thing in terms of what I would like the students to pay attention to through this whole beautiful conference, which is very, very relevant to us today. The AI influence, not just in business, but in our everyday life, is like a juggernaut. There is no sidestepping it, there's no avoiding it. There is only embracing it. If you look at the statistics, the global AI market is expected to grow something like 37% year on year from 2023 to 2030. AI will, they say and predict, will contribute something like 13 to $15 trillion to the global economy. So as business students, I don't think we cannot look at this major change which is happening around us today. Now, if you look at AI capacities which are embedded in business, and they range in multiple dimensions and directions. I mean, even if you were looking at technology by itself, it's a whole convergence of different kinds of technology. And that makes it very difficult for businesses, which exactly to bet on. But so a continuous amount of research is being done constantly to look at where we are going to look at, embedding AI into business. Now, just to make a general list, what is most used probably is robotic automation. Because a lot of business, if you look at it, where we have dangerous or repetitive tasks, then AI can completely take over. I mean, when you all went on your industrial visit, you also saw how even in automobile factories, painting and other things which are, chemical induced processes are completely taken up by robots. And these are programmed, okay? So you can see that that is one of the major things which is already happening. But other than that, we have computer vision, NLP. We have deep learning, knowledge graphs, facial recognition, which is again cutting edge, generative AI, transfer learning, transformers. I mean, the list goes on about how AI technologies can be embedded in business. And the benefits, we don't really have to even talk about it. It's a given now. Today, we all recognize how much AI has affected business. Forget business, even our everyday lives. Even education, which is a seemingly non-disrupted industry, is disrupted today, and teachers have to deal with ChatGPT. So we do not have much choice in actually not looking at this coming at us. And the other thing we can see is that we are moving from just data churning into simulation, into new data generation also. So the generative AI is another thing which is going to grow at an alarming, not alarming, but in a happy pace, and which will remove a lot of drudgery from work, and maybe it will give people a lot of space, to do other things which are more creative or more empathetic, and increase the job satisfaction, which is always so elusive in industry. If you look at the interface between human beings and systems, NLP, of course, is making major strides in this area. And all of us are seeing a lot of chatbots, and we know how this works. But then, for every major change, there are naysayers, there are fear peddlers, and there are alarmists who, put a lot of news into media. And so I thought, we'll just walk through this and show you that these fears do not stem actually from technology or science. They don't. While they are linked sometimes, but they are not really from that. So, for example, let's take the common alarmist view about job loss. AI is going to disrupt the industry, people are going to lose jobs, we won't have jobs. But if you look back in history, every time there was a major invention, this was the fear which came up. As early as 1800s, when the Industrial Revolution took place and Taylor came with the whole thing of the assembly line, there was a whole group who protested in, Watertown Arsenal against Taylor, because his ideas, they feared, will make them lose jobs. It was the same story, okay? They couldn't see that it actually made them efficient. They couldn't see that they could earn much more. But the fear which stayed was that I will lose my job if the assembly line technique comes. But we all know assembly line techniques are still there. So it is if you look at history, all the time when there were changes, there is this fear. What now, with experience, we must be more aware of is that jobs change, jobs aren't lost. So we will move from different kinds of jobs. Now you have new things coming up, prompt engineering, and you can hear all those fancy titles which are now coming in the space of business. And so we will have to ramp up our skills, we will have to change the traditional way of which we were learning, probably yes, but job loss is not the way we look at it. We look at it as job change. The other fear which is there, is the embedded bias which is there in data. Okay? Will this get reflected in data? And then it affects decision making. You all know that AI has, there are few parts of business which are heavily more affected by AI than others. And one of them is healthcare. In healthcare, AI is being used for a lot of diagnosis and preliminary, giving health regimes for patients, etc. And our particular paper I was looking at, where they're talking about how when there is not enough data on a particular area, it can the algorithm can produce some different kinds of results. So they found that black people's health was not as much recorded, and therefore when the diagnosis came or recommendations came through the AI, they had to be again fine-tuned with a doctor and things like that. You remember in even our class tests, we had this thing, we did a AI image output, and we put the keywords driver and car, and we got all male drivers. Okay, 40% of the automobile market is women. But that's not represented in AI, because we haven't we haven't put that much data. So instead of looking at this like a demerit, what we must understand is we have to make an environment of inclusivity and equitableness. Then automatically our data processes will improve. So even if you look at it in terms of what you call as a fault, there is a removal of that and putting it. So it actually allows us to become better societies in one sense. The second thing which we should bother about also is the impact of AI in all macro factors also. Think of it like this. We have automatic driverless cars. Now, automatic driverless cars hits a pedestrian. Now, who's liable? I mean, earlier, of course, we know third-party liability, insurance risk, we have learned all this. But now, in a given scenario, there'll be far-reaching changes in legal environment, in social environment, in political environment. So that is the magnitude of change which comes. So while we are also looking at, how we improve our production processes and other things, we also have to look at this broader environment and see the impact of AI in all of these areas. And you all know that cybercrime is another thing which worries people. And NEP is making cyber security a compulsory paper. So while we give technological knowledge to our students, they also must know how to be secure in this space. The other most, celebrated naysayer is about privacy. You all know AI algorithms are data-driven. And data of what kind? Granular, micro data, which goes and feeds this. And this is collected continuously in order to, and ML will iterate it further to make it more precise. But given all this background, privacy is raised into a big issue because there will be invasion of consumer privacy. Governments and businesses will use this information. So there are fears. Can there be social oppression? Different kinds of oppression which can come because of the misuse of this fine amount of data. And then there are some fantastic fears, like science fiction fears. What if machines take over the world? What if we lose our, who we are, and one day a machine will control us, a machine which we created? All science fiction movies are there already on this. Now, if you look at it, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was a movie which came long ago, and it was about the submarine. It was fiction then. Today, it's a reality. So people quote things like this and say, aren't we facing this kind of a danger? But if all these fears, which I have named, you step behind and watch it, the fears do not stem from science and technology. They stem from human issues, from the lack of integrity to misuse information. So it is not coming from technology, it comes from human beings. So how do we look at this, right? So in 1973-74, in Satya Sai Speaks, volume 12, Swami says, and I quote, "Science has to develop more and more, for science makes life more comfortable. It has given man many items that make living faster, more entertaining, more standardized. But the trouble is that while science and technology have advanced by leaps and bounds, man has not learnt the art of using them in the right manner. He has allowed science and technology full license to cater to his sensual desires and thereby demeaned his stature and his status. The astonishing progress of science and technology has not brought with it a corresponding power of discrimination and wisdom," Swami says. So while we embrace AI and extend our impact and capability, we must spend another form of AI also we should spend time on. Let's call it authentic insight, okay? So with artificial intelligence on the outside and authenticity in inside, we could probably navigate this area better and use the technology for the right purposes. Because in many ways, technology is a leveler. It is something which will allow us to bring more equitable societies. And so we should never be close to those opportunities which allow us to grow together. So with this note, I would like to take leave. And again, I welcome all our guests of honor. And thank you for sharing your time and your energy. And also for those who are online, thank you so much for giving. I'm sure this is like nighttime for you, and it must be difficult to stay up so long just for this. And thank you very much. We are truly grateful. With these few words, I would like to take leave. Thank you, Sairam.
Thank you, Suma ma'am, for such a gracious welcome address. And we're truly honored to have you here with us to guide us through this occasion. Moving further, I would consider it a distinct honor to introduce our director, ma'am, for today's session, Professor Dr. N. Srividya, ma'am. Ma'am is an illustrious alumna of Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, currently serving as the director of the campus. Having headed the Department of Food and Nutrition Sciences from 2017 to 2022, she is a recipient of 2 gold medals for distinction in BSc and MSc in Food and Nutrition Sciences. Her academic excellence extends to being a UGC NET Research Fellowship qualifier. Ma'am has garnered recognition through awards for scientific presentations and received the Science Father Best Research Award and the Sai Krishna Award for Excellence in Research from Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. She has an impressive track record of organizing 2 international conferences and several workshops, seminars, and academic activities. Ma'am is a reviewer, editorial board member for more than 15 scientific journals and has over 50 publications in international peer-reviewed journals and has designed content for more than 20 courses. Ma'am's contribution to academia and research have left an indelible mark on the field of nutrition research with more than 900 citations for her work in areas of food, public health and nutrition, post-harvest technology, food microbiology, functional food product development, and food chemistry. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming ma'am to grace us with her expertise. Professor Dr. N. Srividya, ma'am.
Om Shri Sai Ram, offering my most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our founder chancellor, Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear teachers, colleagues, faculty, research scholars, students, and most importantly, our guest speakers here in presence in the campus, those joining online, and even those who are joining from New York. A hearty welcome to all of you. Coming from a food and nutritional background, AI and business are both very new to me, in the sense I'm not from that field. So I have taken the help of AI and to prepare a very textual, talk script. So I'll just use that to deliver my inaugural address and definitely then add on my own inner intelligence to it. So, this is an era which has been characterized by rapid technological advancements, and artificial intelligence, or AI, has emerged as a very transformative force that is promising to revolutionize the way that we are going to work, or it actually say it is already revolutionized the way we are looking at things from A to Z. And that includes even management, the way it is going to be conceptualized, the way it is going to be executed and optimized. So in this integrated fabric of our professional work and the way we go about, the threads of technology and management are intertwined, and it is going to craft a new progress and path. So we stand on the threshold of a new era, a future where the synthesis of AI and management principles will sculpt the destiny of business to be. AI is seamlessly integrated into various aspects of our daily lives, enhancing our convenience, efficiency, and overall user experience. And we are very much part of it, as Dr. Suma was already telling, that we don't know, but already AI has seeped into our life very insidiously, to say, if we want to say so. For example, use of Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and so on. So it is all there in our smartphones, in our smart home devices, assisting with tasks, answering our queries, managing our schedules, reminders, and so many things are there. And then, of course, the endless shopping recommendations. No, it can be a boon and a bane. And so what we don't want also, it will keep popping up even when we don't want. So these e-commerce platforms, they leverage the AI algorithms to analyze user preferences and behavior. So it's a very different way now we have to look at whether it's e-marketing or sales pitch. Everything is going to change. And if you look at the social media algorithms also, so AI plays a very crucial role in how the social media is coming up, or the way it is being handled, how it is being curating. So now it is able to give you personalized suggestions, and based on our past behavior, current behavior, etc. And we also have this GPS systems, navigating apps, which is also helpful in analyzing. For example, very practical thing is it analyzes the real-time traffic and tells us, okay, take this route, red route, green route, it will show us. So these are some of the things which we are already using and very comfortably making use of it. I mean, without knowing that it is happening, or we are really using AI. So I don't think there's anybody here who's not using AI, knowingly or unknowingly. So it can transform management in key ways. If you look at the today's workshop focus, like data-driven decision making, automating repetitive tasks, as Madam was telling, predictive analytics, enhanced consumer insights, personalized leadership coaching, streamlining talent management, and various virtual assistants which could help the managers and supervisors, even the supply chain optimization, risk management, which is a very big I think is an application, and real-time insight. See, that is very, very essential, as even for certain industries it's so crucial, like the health industry or many other industries. I think it has application even beyond even defense, army, and every area of our life. And I'm sure people working in space or in the space organizations also must be really using it to a great extent. So while we are benefiting, we need to look at how to benefit by integrating this AI into various fields. Now, for example, coming from food and nutrition science, I know it's already being used for very crucial areas like food safety, food authentication, for smart packaging, for personalized nutrition, and so on. So we have, in the same way, as we will go through this workshop, you will see that the benefits of integrating AI into management also is expected to be numerous, from automating routine tasks to enabling data-driven decision making of unprecedented accuracy. And of course, as already pointed out, there will be also various disadvantages and a lot of challenges that the people who are taking up this need to be aware of in this transformative journey. I think that is where our college or university is rightly juxtaposed to alert the people or ourselves and the researchers and the people who are going to apply it as to what we should be a little bit aware of or be alert about as we are going to apply it, how ethically we can apply it, how with a service motive it can be applied. So we have to, I think, look at putting that emphasis into this both AI transformative journey. So as we observe insights from various experts who are come here and online, and who will be engaging with you in practical exercises, we can be vigilant about the ethical considerations that accompany such powerful tools. The more powerful, the more care and caution we have to take. Because earlier the communication used to take days, through runners and through pigeons or I don't know. But now it's just a matter of seconds. The message from Prashant, this Anantapur campus, it goes to New York within seconds, right? So that is a powerful tool that we are having. So the more powerful tool, the more caution and care we have to be taking. So as we immerse ourselves in the wealth of insights which this workshop will provide, I request the students to embrace the profound notion that the fusion of this AI and management practices is just not just not another upgradation. Rather, it is a very paradigm shift, reshaping the fundamental approach to your various aspects of management, like leadership, decision making, etc. So we need to see how to potentially use AI to elevate our capabilities, redefine the way we take a decision process, optimize our operations, and to chart a very strategic course into unexplored territories. So this is a very interesting period also right now for the management graduates, I should say, because you have so much more new areas to explore and fuel your creativity and put in all your talents and come out with beautiful ideas. And I think already some of the children are doing it, as far as I know. So the future of business management is quite dynamic, and I really appreciate that the Department of Management and Commerce has caught the bull by the horn and really getting into this thing, instead of saying, okay, AI is okay, it's coming, let it come, we will see, or we don't want to look at it, it's we will just be classical approach, we just need to graduate our students and send them. But they are looking at it as how to transform the various education, because the moment the way we are talking right now, the moment it is coming into the educational curriculum indicates that we have no choice but to go forward in that direction. We can't feign ignorance anymore, that we didn't know what is AI or how it is going to affect our life. We cannot afford it. So it is imperative that we go on, and so it is very strategically placed. This workshop has been strategically placed, especially for those who are going to complete this year. When you go out with this knowledge, you will be definitely having an advantage, an edge over the others. So in conclusion, I'm confident that this workshop will not only enrich our understanding, but also inspire strategic initiatives for AI-driven management. And I am really happy that a very wide, mixture of people are here. A nice, bouquet of expertise is present for this workshop. So let us approach this workshop and the endeavor with enthusiasm, curiosity, and a shared commitment to strategically shape a future where AI and human ingenuity seamlessly coalesce, and it is ethical and service-oriented. All the best, Saira.
Thank you, Srividya ma'am, for gracing us with your esteemed presence and profound insights. Your words have set a powerful tone for the rest of our program, providing us with a motivation to delve deeper into the topics that lie ahead. We're grateful for the depth of knowledge, wisdom, and dedication that you bring to us. May I say that ma'am's AI, Authentic Insights, has added more value to the real AI, artificial intelligence. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Janaki Balaraman ma'am to set the context for today's program.
ज्ञानिनामपि चेतांसि देवी भगवती हि सा बलाधाकृष्य मोहाय महामाया प्रयच्छति दुर्गे स्मृता हरसि भीतिमशेषजन्तोः स्वस्तैः स्मृता मतिमतीव शुभान् ददासि दारिद्र्यदुःखभयहारिणिका त्वदन्या सर्वोपकारकरणाय सदार्थचित्रा सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते शरणागतदीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्यार्तिहरे देवी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते सर्वस्वरूपे सर्वेशे सर्वशक्ति समन्विते भयेभ्यस्त्राहि नो देवी दुर्गे देवी नमोऽस्तुते रोगान्न शेषान् अपहंसि तुष्टा रुष्टा तु कामान् सकलान्नभीष्टान् त्वामाश्रितानां न विपन्नराणां त्वामाश्रिता ह्याश्रयतां प्रयान्ति. Sai Ram, and a beautiful good morning to all of you. It's a privilege and pleasure to be here with you again and to have this conversation on this important topic. Now, I'm not going to be here much before you and the next speakers. And we have had beautiful insights that Dr. Suma ma'am as well as Dr. Shividya ma'am has said before us in terms of context. Now, what I wanted to provide for you is some perspectives with which you're approaching this whole day workshop. I've sat there in that corner, sitting and listening to lectures, and I know you have been going through this the last few days. So I know it'll be tough. We're going to keep it engaging and interesting for you. But, come up with your questions and we'll go from there. We have a wonderful team of different professionals coming here, right? We are not here to preach to you. We are going to simply share what we are doing day in and day out in our work, how we are thinking about this, what we are doing in our professional capacities. And we are as much a learner in this field as you are, just a different shade, that's all. Right? So we have a machine learning engineer who's sitting and building products on AI. We have an Azure specialist. I come from Microsoft. Even though I'm not representing Microsoft here, my knowledge comes from working within my organization. And I have Nidhi Sinha, who's going to talk to us on this topic, giving you the strategy for business when you approach AI, using AI. Anusha, who's here with us, is coming from Virtusa. She's going to talk about how is AI being used in human resources management, and what are some of the implementations they have done, what do they see for future. And Jyoti Lakshmi is a project management director. She's an expert on this field. She is passionate about coaching people as well as in terms of transforming the way projects will be successful using AI. And finally, I'll get back and cover on financial services management. Now, we are not going to cover this, right? I'm just sharing what we already talked about. You already know that we know about what is cloud. We know what is artificial intelligence from an inside-out perspective in terms of the technology, in terms of the various complexities that it can handle. We also know what is OpenAI and what does Microsoft offer, right? Both the speakers already talked about GPT, Codex, the fact that it can create images, the fact that you can use ChatGPT in your queries. Bing has it, Google has it in its own form. So they give you real persistent information. You can use it to create speeches, like we have said, or fine-tune speeches, or write your resume. There are various services. We're not going to do this. We also know that every company aspires to do responsible AI, and they have a framework under which they're going to go this. So all of this we have covered in the past, right? Yes or no? Thank you. Now, this is an important conversation that I want to place before you, and this is something that we are going through this here, right? I'm going to tell you a 2-minute story, and I come from a South Indian family, and my mother is an ardent Devi worshipper. So when we just had Akhanda Bhajan and Deepavali. Prior to that, we had Dasara. So in Dasara, in our habits, it's the habit of creeping the Navaratri Kolu, right? And then my mother would chant something called, Devi Mahatmyam, its equivalent called Devi Padam. And there would be a lot of, she said that Devi is meditating. She is she used to stand on the needle and fast. And, she's really meditating with purity, with intense tapas and austerity. And, she would destroy all the asuras, etc. I'm sure you know about, I'm just going to ask you a question. I'm taking a detour and I'll come back in a minute to clarify. But, as a young adult or a young girl, I could not connect myself with all the asuras. Anybody knows what are the asuras' names in the Devi Mahatmyam that Durga supposedly killed? Chanda Munda, okay, very good then. Rakta Bija then. Mahishasura, so many asuras, right? Like there are Durmalochana, there are many of these if you go through this. And as a young girl, I couldn't understand the demons in work. And I also could not understand God having that terrific form. It was very hard for me because I always knew God as a loving Shanta Durga, loving mother, very benign, and that's all our exposure is. That's all I knew. So, and 20 years later, right, when I reflect on these and I see what happens to us in the world today, it's comforting that, God, the supreme powerful God, has those capabilities and is already doing things to protect us and is already taking that courageous stand that somebody who does something wrong is punished, right? So it is to our protection that the evil is punished. Now, you all know the answer to this question, right? Which wins, good versus evil? Good wins. Is that the right answer? Think twice. I want to make sure you're interactive and engaged, so I did not give the third choice. The one we feeds, right? It's not the good, it's not the evil that wins. It's the one that we feed that really wins. And we need to be aware that there is good and there is evil, right? And, wherever, when we apply this using the, I like the authenticity index or authenticity insight that we use, we can destroy whatever is in our hearts, in our minds, we can purify. But we also should have the courage, like the Mother Goddess has, because we are inherited from there, to be able to speak up and have and express if something is not going right and make the right decisions as management graduates. I was sitting in your seat 20 years ago. Today, you're asking me to speak to you, right? So there is a journey. It's a journey, and you will all go through this journey and have much more greater things to do. I'm very confident about that. When you have that opportunity, do remember that this is also expected of you, right? Now, coming back to the topic, right? I want to put some guardrails in here. We cannot explain to you whether AI is good or wrong. We cannot answer the question, why AI? Right? We cannot answer the question, should we use AI? Is it good because it will cause these problems? That's way beyond our capacity to answer those questions. But what we can tell you is how to use AI in good ways. Why should we use AI where it matters? And where is it applicable, where is it not applicable, right? We can absolutely tell you that. And when we do that, we can also tell you, go with an open mind, because don't see good as it's all good, or don't see bad as it's all good. Use your wisdom, use the discrimination that Suma ma'am talked about, and make the decision. So have all your questions in terms of understanding, going with an open mind to embracing the technology, at the same time wearing that hat of discrimination to choose the right application, ask the right questions. Is it ethically correct? Is that the bias, is it bias free? Like the statistics that you talked about. Is my personal information going to be abused? Is any section of the population going to be disadvantaged? These are things as management students that I would encourage you to wear a hat and look upon. With this, I will hand it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us wear the correct lens through which we should look at AI. Without further delay, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Ms. Dhanya Lakshmi, to talk on the topic Ethical AI in Management. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Dhanya Lakshmi, a seasoned professional at the intersection of machine learning and cybersecurity. In her current role as machine learning infrastructure engineer at Peloton Interactive in New York, she is heads down focused on building and operationalizing machine learning tools in partnership with data scientists. Her journey in the tech industry is marked by a rich combination of multidisciplinary scenarios. Prior to Peloton, she served as a machine learning engineer at Twitter for over a year, contributing to ML ethics, transparency, and accountability team in one of the largest social media handlers. This enabled her with deep practical experience and strengthened her commitment in leveraging machine learning through ethical and fair practices. Prior to her impactful tenure at Twitter, she honed her skills as a senior cybersecurity consultant at EY in Singapore for nearly 3 years. Her expertise in cybersecurity brings a strong and valuable layer of security consciousness to our machine learning endeavors. Her academic background is nothing short of impressive. She holds a Master's of Engineering in Computer Science from Cornell Tech, specializing in machine learning and AI. Her educational journey began at the Singapore University of Technology and Design, where she earned her Bachelor's of Engineering in Computer Science. Furthermore, her commitment to professional excellence is underscored by her achievements, including being a finalist in the Open CV AI Competition 2021 Phase 1 and earning the Offensive Security Certified Professional Certification in April 2018. As we eagerly anticipate her address, let's welcome her with enthusiasm and look forward to gaining insights from her rich background in machine learning, cybersecurity, and her deep passion for ethical AI practices. Ms. Dhanilakshmi.
Hi, thank you all for your kind introduction. I'm just going to share my slides. I hope you can see them. Is it visible? I can wait for the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if I can hear you also. If you want
Yes,
to give me
ma'am.
like
We can
thumbs up.
see it,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay. The slides are visible, so awesome. Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about ethical AI and management. Both the opening address and the following addresses talked about bias and AI, so I think there's been a lot that's already been covered. But I'm just going to briefly talk about generative AI. This is content I'm sure you all know, and then some harms that people have already elaborated on before. But mostly what I'm going to focus on is basically talking a little bit about product and ML companies, and then talking about how you would implement or you could go about implementing ethical ML, or basically ML, which is focusing on humans and making sure that there's no bias in companies. And we're going to talk about like the problem definition process, the data and modeling process, and like finally the impact. And then the conclusion will just be a recap of everything. So I just want to give a little bit of disclosure before this. I work as an engineer. I don't work on the PM side or as like the product planning side, but I have definitely worked on teams where people have made plans and then as engineers we work on them. So that's kind of given me a little bit of insight into how teams work, how priorities change, and how people plan to use AI. So all of this is like somewhat limited knowledge from my perspective. This might be very different at different companies, but I hope it gives you a flavor of what things could look like. So without further ado, let's talk about generative AI. So I'm sure all of you have already seen or even used generative AI in the past. This can be like chatbots, like ChatGPT, whatever else, other chatbots that are out there. There's like a newer version of ChatGPT, which lets you make your own version of ChatGPT for whatever purposes you want. So I have a friend who made her own ChatGPT by training it on specific data to make recommendations for traveling to a particular city, for example. So she made a chatbot that you can chat with, asking for like, what do you do when I travel to Barcelona? What can I see here? What are the things that I can eat and all of that? And like, she gets to feed it her own like information. So these are some new developments in this space where you can chat with something and get responses and recommendations. There's also image generators. So you can type in an image of like, give me an image of a cow jumping over a moon, and it'll return like a bunch of examples of this. There are even image generators now where you can feed it in an input image and say, there's this bench of this image that you're feeding it in, and you want it to put a teddy bear on the bench, and the generator will basically update your image to add that teddy bear. These actually have a lot of use cases in other situations like text summarizers, resume creators. So there are versions of these chatbots where you pass it in your resume and actually it'll create like, or pass it in some of your experiences and it'll create a nice like formatted resume for you. There are versions where it can even listen to audio or even generate audio. So there are companies that have AI products that are like, oh, you're in a meeting, you're taking notes, but instead of doing it manually, you just use this AI that will listen to the text that, or listen to whatever people are saying and then summarize that text. So there's text summarization as well. And even better, or maybe worse, depending on how you think about it, there's like audio generation where you can basically tell the AI that I want to create a movie or like some dialogues in some famous actor's voice, and it'll even generate that for you. So lots of use cases out there, lots of new products that people are coming up with. But at its core, what generative AI does is it produces a representation or an abstraction of observed phenomena. And this means that it's taking in a lot of training data. This is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages on the internet that have a wide variety of data. And it's basically trying to copy or create an abstraction of the data that it's getting for the target that you want, which is like images or text or whatever else. So it's kind of like trying to do its best to create a version of the text that it's taking in. And what this also means is specifically for generative AI, are unsupervised learning models. And this is important because there's no source of ground truth. So if you were creating a model that was like taking in a lot of like, creating image from texts, it's basically taking in a lot of images and their labels from the internet, right? But there's nothing that's saying that, oh, the label for this particular image is correct. So like it could be looking at images of a cow, but somebody might have said this is a deer online, and then it's just reading that. It doesn't know how to like differentiate between what's true or false. So that's kind of something to remember about generative AI, because as you can imagine, it also comes with some pitfalls. So we did briefly talk about, how there are really cool products out there. For example, like there's even like an AI product that lets people who are in call centers like change their accent so they sound like an American person. So when Americans call them, they can understand better and things like that. So there's like a lot of companies out there capitalizing on this kind of technology, but that also means it comes with some harms. So here are some examples that people have talked about, but this is like more specifically to generative AI. So what happens sometimes is that it can be used to generate fake images. And fake images, when circulated on social media, can lead to a lot of disinformation. So actually this image on my left of Trump running away from the court, basically somebody generated this image, they put it on social media, and people were like, oh, look, Trump is actually like the former president Donald Trump of the US is actually running away from the court. But this is not something that actually happened. It's just a realistic image that generative AI created, and it caused a lot of misinformation because people were getting bad news. It was also, there was a situation where an image of like an alien drone was created over the Pentagon in the US, and again, people were like falling for it because it seems like really, really like believable news because the images make it look so believable. And it's like top of the mind for everybody because everybody's interested or will get hooked by like an alien story or like a story of an ex-president running away from judges, right? So like it's really good at capturing the interest and like spreading fake news, especially in like places like Facebook or Twitter where there's not a lot of like immediate shutdown of disinformation. There were also some scenarios where actually when you passed or asked the generative AI for, let's say, card numbers, because it was trained on text that included somebody's phone number, somebody's email address, somebody's like credit card numbers, it would actually spit it back out. Even in the, I guess when I say recent, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, people were able to ask ChatGPT, give me some free Microsoft product codes, and it actually gave them like 5 or 6 Windows 11 download codes that were working. So this is happening because, and then quickly OpenAI, whoever fixed it. But the reason it happens is because generative AI is training on such large amounts of data. This will also include like personal data. It will include like credit card numbers. Sometimes it can include like dangerous information. Another thing that happened a few months ago was that somebody asked ChatGPT, how do I create a bomb with this particular chemical? And it gave step-by-step instructions. And then they fixed it, but it was possible because it was training on like basically unverified data, right? Like you don't know where this data is coming from. You have really no accountability over all of this. So these are kind of bugs that are possible. And then this is like very specifically for image models and image content that the data is training on. It can actually, because it again scrapes data off the internet, it can also scrape like basically copyrighted images. So Getty Images is like a really famous, like basically they license and sell images that are taken by their photographers, right? Like you have all of these people in India and other countries who are taking photographs and licensing them. So like you might have a photo of Virat Kohli that is like licensed by a particular person, and you can only use it if you pay that person or company money. But because generative AI trained on this, there was a case where if you can see on the bottom right, it's basically kind of recreating that Getty Images logo. And when the company found out about this, obviously they were like, your models are training on our data, and so we will sue you and take you to court because you're not supposed to use this information. So there is a legal aspect to it as well, basically where people's information is being trained on without their consent, especially images. And for Getty Images, it's okay because they're like a big company. They have the money to sue. But for like smaller artists, this is a bigger problem for them because it means that generative AI might be copying their styles, and they will basically not be able to sell as much as they want to because their method of livelihood is kind of being taken over by this AI. So like, I know previously we were talking about like job loss and stuff, and this is one version where it actually does harm the people because it's taking over or stealing their data. It's not really like, you know, putting them, but not doing something that they can do. It's basically stealing their data and like allowing people to create images in the style of other artists. And this is also like not something that should happen legally, right? Because you shouldn't be able to train on just anybody's data. And the downside that most people who use these kind of systems don't really understand is that because AI is only able to create or recreate what it's seen, the cost of originality or the aspect of originality is gone because it'll not be able to create new stuff. It'll be able to combine whatever it's learned from the old stuff. And so it's a temporary thing where people's livelihoods are like disrupted, but it's also bad because they've spent so much time doing all of this work. And so these are some of the harms that are specific to generative AI. But there's also bias that, again, has been discussed, and I'm glad to hear it discussed. But what bias means is generally over like a lot of the AI that we're using, not just specifically these large models that are generative AI, but existing biases can be replicated or reinforced in any model that we build. And this has to do with the fact that maybe the data that it's being trained on, as mentioned, has basically doesn't have like equal splits. It might also be because the models are so complicated, people kind of lose track of like what model is outputting whether, you know, one model is taking inputs from another model. There might be some additional like business logic. This means that after like outputs are coming from different models, people might be writing code that will like add additional if-else statements, for example. And so all of this can cause bias. We can look at some actual, I guess, practical examples. So one thing, there was a paper that actually kind of analyzed this data set called COCO. And it's a data set of like people doing actions. So it's like images of a person doing some kind of action, like teaching, like digging, cooking, something like that. And then it has a label of the action being done. And I wanted to highlight this because sometimes bias can creep in like areas or splits that we don't even realize. Because what happens is nobody really is thinking about basically like gender when they're thinking about tasks, right? It's not something that you would immediately associate. But actually, what happens is that it turned out that this model, every time you asked it for a picture of cooking, it came up with like pictures of women. Or every time you wanted to like figure out what women do, it would show tasks like teaching, cooking, rather than tasks like working engineering or like driving or whatever else. And this is interesting because it's not like really obvious to us. It's something that only kind of comes up when you look into it. But if this model were used in production, there might be complications and people will definitely notice. So an example of something that actually happened was Amazon created a resume review system because they were getting so many resumes from so many applicants across the world. So they were like, let's use AI to automate this process. And they created a review system. And what happened was that algorithm or system consistently rejected every application of a woman. And it turned out it's because when they trained it and whatever they did for the model basically learned that all engineers are only men. And so anytime it got a review or a resume of a woman, it just automatically rejected them. So this is an example where like some bias that you don't think about because you're training on resumes, right? So they probably didn't really think about the fact that, oh, you have to think about the name of the person that's being taken in. And then gender as a factor. And so only when they tested this did they realize that there was something like this bias. There's also bias generally in like credit card approval systems, similar to like Amazon's resume review system. This is a little bit more complicated actually because what happens is that when you build these kind of models for like credit card approval, a lot of it depends on like income and location. And generally the way people live, you have areas where more generally people of a lower income live in. And turned out that this credit card approval system actually started making connections that it shouldn't have made between the income of a person and the area that they lived in, which also meant it was making connections based on whether to approve that credit card and the area that the person lived in. So it started automatically rejecting credit card applications from what it considered traditionally poorer or lower income areas. And these are not associations that you want your model to learn. That's why you have to kind of be careful about where the bias is and where it's coming from. And finally, this is like predictive policing is something that you might have heard a lot of talk about. Basically, a lot of law enforcement systems around the world, including India, are basically using facial recognition to identify like thieves or people who are perpetrating crimes. But what happens is that these systems are not very accurate, and they're actually really, really bad. But because they are automating something, people want to use them. And the problem is that there was a situation, for example, in the UK, where this person was caught for a crime he did not even commit. And turned out that the reason he got caught for the crime is because the facial recognition model, basically instead of identifying the person, it caught a picture of somebody else on the bus behind the person perpetrating the crime. And it said, oh, that's actually the guy, the thief. So basically it took some guy on a random poster or a random bus. And because it could recognize his face, it was like, this is the thief, so you have to go catch him. And these issues are only found out once you do a deep dive of the system, after it's implemented, after it's causing so many errors. And actually with predictive policing, I think they banned it in the US and in the UK as well. Because they realized it wasn't actually that effective and it was just targeting, in the US specifically, was targeting Black people more because it made connections that it wasn't supposed to. So the reason I'm giving you examples of like practical situations where these kind of models has been implemented is because a lot of the common factors with implementing these kind of systems is that people really wanted to automate solutions. They wanted to make their work easier and they wanted to basically use a model because they were like, oh, ML can do all of this. It has so many capabilities. So let's use it. And then only when it started causing problems did they realize that, actually this is a problem. Like, it's not working like we wanted to, and it's causing more problems than it actually helps. And they are like, yeah, we should probably look into it. But the problem is, this is all like something they figured out after the model was in production, after it caused so many problems. And so that is why there is a need to kind of think through using AI in products across companies, even before you like figure out that there are these kind of harms. So that's a good segue into the next part of this topic, because I want to talk a little bit more about product and ML at companies. So we looked at generative AI, we looked at all of its use cases, we looked at some of the harms, but it still has a lot of potential, right? Like, there's so many startups that you see out there that are like using generative AI for whatever purposes that are there. So let's talk about how companies actually would implement such a solution. So first of all, what do companies use ML for? So one example, I work at Peloton. Peloton is a fitness company that has a lot of like, it's a fitness and technology company basically that has a lot of products that use ML. So basically somebody will be walking on a site or on a treadmill or using a bike, and it'll be able to tell them, oh, you're doing these many reps, or you're doing all of these exercises correctly or not. So an example of a computer vision product is basically any product that has a camera. It looks at what people are doing, and it's basically giving them suggestions. And there's a lot of computer vision models out there that are like really, really sophisticated. And what they do is they take in videos and images as inputs and give you whatever output you're looking for. So in the case of like one of the products at Peloton, there's a product called the Guide, which is basically a camera that's attached to like your TV. So it'll tell you to do an exercise. So let's say it's telling you to do jumping jacks. And if it says you have to do 10 jumping jacks, the model on that device will be able to count that you're doing 10 jumping jacks. And how that works is because basically it's taking an input as the video of you doing the jumping jacks or exercise. And the model is basically counting, it's learning what a repetition is, and it's counting 10 of them. So it's a computer vision product. Recommendation systems you all will be very, very familiar with. Like if you buy a product on Amazon, let's say, or Flipkart or whatever else, when you're like clicking checkout, you'll see a box at the bottom of your screen that's like, customers who bought this product also bought it. And this is not like limited to Amazon, like any purchasing platform has this. If you're watching TV on like Netflix or Hotstar or Disney Plus, if you click on one thing, then the next time, or you watch one movie or show or whatever, the next time you go back, it'll be like, customers who watch this also enjoyed, and it'll give you like 5 other options, right? These are all recommendation systems. The model is basically looking at what you're watching, it's kind of understanding what you like, don't like, and giving you like suggestions. Companies will also use ML for automating simple tasks. So if there's a task that they have to run every day, or they have to run based on like whether another task has finished, things like that, they use AI for these kind of things. And there's a lot of other options, or a lot of other ways that people use AI. But generally how it works and who it involves is that if a company has an intention to use a model for a particular task, there will be a particular problem that they're trying to solve and an impact that they're trying to achieve. So for example, let's take the recommendation system example, right? So let's say that you are building a platform, like a web platform, where people can come and borrow books. And you want to build a recommendation system because as a key feature of your platform, you want to be like, I want to let people come and choose a book, and I want us to be able to suggest more books and emulate the situation where if you walk into a bookshop in real life, somebody at the counter will be like, oh, you're reading this, let me give you 3 other books to read. Or let me suggest 3 other books that you might like. So this is like the business impact of this, obviously, is that you want people to spend more time on your platform and you want people to spend more money on your platform. So in a business context at companies, when a team is working on a problem like this, the objective will be, okay, I want to get people to spend more money on our platform and drive revenue up like 30%, let's say. And I also want them to find books that they actually like based on their preferences. So if this is the problem statement, you'll notice that it actually doesn't say AI anywhere, right? It's just saying that it wants to give people what they like. And as a solution to this, somebody might suggest, oh, you know what, there are these recommendation models that we can use. They have lots of frameworks online, let's use it. But the important thing here is to notice that like there will be companies that will be like, we do want to use AI more, but they will generally have a use case for it. And that's good because you want to be able to solve a particular problem. You don't want to go into a company that's just like, I want to use AI more. What can we do with AI? Like, that's not as good a starting point as let's solve this particular problem. And generally, who is involved in these kind of meetings? There's actually a lot of different players. There's obviously like the product managers, the project managers, and like user experience designers. All of these people will be thinking about like the business impact as well as like how the product should look. So like in this example of a web platform where you're selling books, user designers are really important because they also figure out like what kind of content has to go where, what is the best place to put this kind of recommendation, what the user should see. Another group that's really useful are user researchers. These are people that are like embedded in lots of teams across different companies, larger companies that actually do research with the users of the platform. So they actually are the ones that will be like, oh, we talked to 100 people and they told us that while they like the selection of books, they want to see some suggestions for what they want to buy. And they are actually really important because they will, one, figure out what problems are there and kind of report them up. They will also be able to validate the kind of whether what you're suggesting actually works. So they'll be able to be like, okay, we want to build this system where if you go into the home screen, as soon as you open the website, you'll see like recommendations that you like. Will that be good for you or not? And they'll get some feedback. So user researchers are like really important in this process as well. Generally, companies will have like higher like overarching themes. So like a company's theme for a particular year can be like velocity, where they want to make things faster, or innovation, where they want to build new stuff, and they want to do it in a way that will impact their business like goal. So they want to make things faster to save them money or make like to bring in more money. They want to like make things more efficient so they can get rid of like costs that they don't need. They want to basically improve performance or innovate to bring in more revenue. And this whole project of, or like idea of like creating a platform and giving suggestions is basically a form of innovation that will bring in more revenue. So actually what I'm trying to say here is that it's usually like there are top level objectives, then there are more specific problems that will address those top level objectives. But most importantly, they will all be tied towards some business impact, because at big companies generally, especially when you're trying to like come up with a solution, it has to kind of bring in revenue. It has to do something that's good for the company, right? Otherwise, why will they go for it? So this is kind of how it goes. Nobody like it doesn't start from the bottom up where you're like, we want to use, even if people are like, we want to use like ML more, we have these cool models, they'll still have to find a business purpose to justify that kind of use. The other people that are involved in these kind of like building these kind of products are obviously engineers, data scientists, machine learning engineers, software engineers, infrastructure engineers, all of the engineers that, or all of the people that basically will build the code base to take in the data, train the model, etc. So I want to go into that a little bit more, actually. So let's talk about the three main phases of the way that ML models are built at companies. The first step is obviously data collection. This is a really large step that might be more complicated than you think it is, only because you're getting a large amount of data from users, and you're also sometimes getting a large amount of private data from users, including information like their name, their email address, their personal phone number, things like that. And these are really sensitive data. There are usually laws that will govern the way you store them, and all companies will have to adhere to like the company's laws that they're in. And so there's additional steps that you do to basically remove the information, personal information from data and store it in a way that you can't actually identify whose data that is. So if you see a row of data in some database in a company, you should not be able to identify which person actually corresponds to that data. So that's like the first step, making sure it's clean, making sure it's sanitary, and making sure it's clean also means that you have to make sure that there's no like fake data that's there or like incorrect data that might have come. That's why there's like additional cleaning steps and stuff. Then there's always the consideration of where to store it. How do you want to store it? Because depending on your use case, you'll want to store your data in a structured format or an unstructured format. There will always be like considerations for how fast you can access that data, how long you want to keep that data, and even how you want to use that data. So all of this will basically impact like the data collection part of it. But basically, you want to get your data in a state where your ML engineers, whoever's doing the model building, can access it easily with like, in a fast manner and make sure that's not costing you a lot of money as well. So that's the data collection step where you're trying to get as much data as you can for the needs that you have. The next step is model building, where you're basically going to look at the different kinds of models available to you, and you'll have to make a decision on what model you want to use. And the decision is made by considering different metrics. So, for example, if you have a recommendation system, you might do a really simple like clustering algorithm where you basically have a lot of data and you separate them into like clusters. So you'll have like your data about the books that people like, and you'll like basically separate them into clusters. And each cluster will be like, oh, this person who reads this book also might like these 10 other books that are inside the cluster, and so we should recommend those books to them. So this might be like a simple algorithm you come up with, or it can be like something more complicated. But whatever algorithm you have, you'll have to train it on your data. You'll have to like test it and get metrics against, or basically get a set of metrics that you define. So maybe in this particular case, your metric can be whether the person actually buys the book, or how many books from your recommendations the person buys, or even like how many of those books that person clicks into. Like if you recommend 3 books and they actually go check out those books, that also might be a metric. And also notice that these metrics are actually like user-facing metrics that are not really about model performance. Like, of course, you'll care about accuracy, you'll care about precision recall, these kind of things as well. But you also care about metrics that impact the user, because ultimately this is like a business problem. And finally, you have monitoring, which is that once you've selected your model and you figured out this is the best thing to use, you've tested it on like a few users, all of that, you'll make sure you want to monitor it. And it's like a pretty useful step, especially important because you want to make sure that model is doing well even when the data changes. Let's say like if you get a new shipment of like 100 books that you can now sell, you want to make sure the model still works, and you want to have monitoring for that. So that's also the final other important step in this process. And these are all things done by like multiple different engineers. Sometimes across different teams, you might have like a data team versus a model team versus like a monitoring team, but sometimes they might all be in the same team because it depends on the kind of products you're building. But these are the 3 different steps that are there. And these are the different steps that go into like creating a solution for a particular business problem that the company has. And so when we're using ML in these kind of situations, there's a couple of things we have to remember and be aware of. So going back to the ethical part of it now, what can we do in each of these steps to make sure that our models are not unintentionally biased and we're actually catching whatever we can before the models are actually deployed? So we will get into that. So the first step is, before even getting into data collection, is the problem definition. And this is usually like the business part of it, because from the business side, what you're asking is, I want to solve this particular question. And the first thing you should ask yourself anytime somebody's like, oh, let's use AI for this particular problem, is, do you even need AI? Like, is there a potential solution that doesn't use AI that will do everything that you want? And some people might not be happy to hear this, because they'll be like, oh, but I really want to use AI for this particular solution. Like, what else is the point of like thinking about this new really cool technology if we can't even use it? But the thing is, not every problem needs to be solved with AI. So for example, in our book platform case, it might just be that what people wanted to see were like the top releases at that moment in time. So you don't have to show them personalized recommendations. They might just be happy seeing, oh, these are the top 10 books that are selling the most this week. These are the top 10 New York Times bestsellers. And you might be wondering, is that really a good solution? Like, will that ever work? But think about this. If you go to an airport or a bookstore and you enter the bookstore, the first thing you see usually is a set of books that are like top 10 New York bestsellers books, or top 10 books that are selling at a store. That's generally what you see, and that's generally what people are happy with. There are, of course, stores where there will be like personalized recommendations from the librarians, and it'll be like, or the booksellers' personalized recommendations, where it will be 10 books that the bookseller likes. But even in a real store, you actually don't see like personalized recommendations for you. So it might be the case for this particular problem where actually people are happy just seeing the top 10 books out there. So asking this question is actually pretty good, because there also like the cost of bringing in AI, building an ML model, monitoring it, getting the data for that. Like, these are all like big things, right? And if you don't have some of that infrastructure in place at certain companies, then it might not even be worth doing it. So it's always good to ask yourselves that. Obviously, the answer doesn't always have to be no. There might be a good case why you do need AI. You might have thousands of customers and you want to give them more individual stuff. So like, Netflix or Disney Plus actually do give you recommendations and they are useful for people. But just, it's good to ask yourself this so you have a good solid reason as to why you're using AI. And of course, the other part is considering the ethics of using AI. This is very vague, but what I mean by this is like facial recognition technology, for example, is not really like favorably seen, especially in a lot of in some use cases, it's great. Like there are some use cases where they're actually using it to let you into offices. So instead of scanning your key card or whatever, you're able to just scan your face and walk in. And those might be a good use case for it because like nobody's really like trying to use it to catch people or do other things that might be like that might lead to bad outcomes. Of course, it might have like security implications if the model is not even good enough, but there are good use cases for this. The thing to consider basically is that if your model is only right like 55% of the time, that's only a little bit better than random. Like it's better than a coin. It's like 50% means like a coin toss, right? Like if you do a coin toss, there's 50% chance that you get heads or 50% chance that you get tail. And if your model is only barely better than that, then it means that you probably don't really need to use it and shouldn't use it because it's going to flag a lot of things incorrectly. So considering, how well the model is doing, whether you even need to be looking at users like facial data, like do you actually need to capture this kind of data from their face? Those are all some of the ethical parts about using AI, just to make sure that like you're not unnecessarily using the data you don't need. Because remember, there are so many data governance laws around that if you use something like this with a lot of personal information, the cost of actually maintaining that will also be higher. The other thing is also considering the scope of AI used. So this kind of links to the previous point where don't use it for more than you have to. Like if you're only using, let's say, you're trying to do like a model that does lip reading, don't capture the entire face of the person because you don't actually need their full face. You just need to see how their lips are moving, right? So this is kind of an example of like considering the scope of AI used. So like make sure you're only collecting the data that you actually need and only trying to use it for the problem that you're trying to solve. And finally, this is a reiteration, like how well does the model work? Is it really better, or is it just going to introduce new problems? So 50% or less for like a model that does like binary classification doesn't make sense, right? Like it could be a random coin toss is better. So these are kind of like metrics you should look at. Make sure that the model is not going to introduce more problems than it creates. Consider the other costs of like getting the data, storing the data, maintaining the model before using AI for the sake of using AI. So that's the first part, which is the problem definition. Second part is data and modeling. So this is a little bit more of the same, which is like what data are you using for the model? You actually need to store all of it. So if you're using like a person's, let's say, exercise statistics, like how many kilometers they walk in a day, do you actually need to know where they're walking? You need to know the route they're taking, what their address is. No, right? Because you're just trying to get information about the amount of walking that they're doing. You actually don't need to get information about like the location or things like that. So it's good to evaluate what data you're actually using and leave off and like remove all the other features. Also considering the features you're using, because sometimes the features you choose might unintentionally cause bias. So going back to that COCO dataset example where it was like tasks and labels, the model was unintentionally learning gender from it because the task that the person was doing was a proxy for gender. And what this means is that the amount of data you had for each task was basically not the same for each gender. And so you could actually infer the gender from the task that was basically in the labels. So what this means is that if you have more people cooking that are women, more men doing like repairs, then the model will also kind of think to assume that men do repairs and women cook. So looking at the features you're using and making sure that they are actually unbiased across different axes. We just talked about gender, but like we could do the same with like skin color, and even caste and things like that. So making sure that the features are distributed across different like axes is a good thing, and making sure that you have, let's say, equal amount of genders for a particular task or close to equal amount of genders for whatever task, so that your model doesn't learn the wrong things. And then of course, in terms of like data governance and being like following all of the data governance rules, make sure you're taking care of the user data correctly, you're masking it or obfuscating it or not even storing it. And also think about the models you're using, because sometimes the model that you're using might be so complex that it's introducing bias. You might need like a really simple model, but you're actually using something so complicated that it's like introducing more complications and more bias that are not even needed. Another thing is that what people sometimes forget is that you can have a system of models, which means that you can have the output of one model being fed into the next model. So like an example here is take a social media platform like Facebook, right? They have so many different like recommendations models on their website that you actually maybe don't even realize you're encountering. But let's take like the people like pages for like particular groups. Maybe, and then people also have a lot of different friends that might know each other. So Facebook will give you like, here are some suggested friends for you. And it'll also give you, here are some of the pages you might like. And these models, even if you don't realize it or not, might be interacting in the backend. So like in terms of like saying, oh, this person has these 5 friends that we're going to suggest to them. Those 5 friends like other pages. So let's suggest those other pages to this person because they have this kind of chain. So the input or output from one model can be the input to the other model. And that means that if there's like some bias in the first model, it'll get amplified in the second. And this kind of amplification can be complicated when you have lots of other systems of models. And one thing that companies sometimes do, because you're not allowed to store, or for example, on these social media sites, you're not allowed to ask or store the person's gender if they don't give it to you. So what some companies might do is they might infer gender from the person's profile. And these models at inferring gender, they might not work. I mean, they might not work really well. They might be correct only like 60% of the time. But when they're using that inferred gender as a feature to another model, then whatever inaccuracies there are in that gender will get passed on to whatever the other model is doing. So systems of models are good to consider because this model might be, or model might amplify bias. These systems are interconnected and they all might learn like the wrong thing consecutively. So those are some things to consider for the data and modeling side. And then finally, for the impact and monitoring, when you're implementing a solution, you have to make sure you monitor it for unforeseen situations. So like the thing here is that you might not catch every single problem with the model before it goes to launch. So it's good to monitor it to make sure that you actually can catch and fix issues as they come up. So for example, one thing that happened at Twitter was that some people realized that when they upload an image, Twitter used to there was a function on Twitter that used to automatically crop images that you uploaded. And turned out every time they uploaded an image of a white person and a black person, it always cropped on the white person automatically. It always kept missing the black person. And this is not something that like the people who are building the model realized. And it turned out that when they released it, some other external like third-party organizations and people kept tweeting at Twitter being like, hey, your model is actually doing this weird behavior. And then the team went and looked at it and came up with a solution. So this is a case where like they didn't realize that there was a bug, but there might be also a case where you get so much new data that like your model doesn't work as well. So this is usually the case when you have a model that's like training on real-time events. So that can be like financial modeling where you're trying to like predict how the market is going to do, where you have so much new information every day that like these models and predictions change. So it's always good to monitor it for some sort of unforeseen events or lots of changes. Second thing, and kind of important, is that you should always keep the business target in mind and make sure your solution achieves it. So like you might have a really, really sophisticated system that sounds really good, looks really accurate, does everything you want it to do. But in practice, it might not be the answer. So let's say you have a model system that's like super cool, super complex, and like super accurate. It's achieving like 95% accuracy. But it's taking like 5 seconds to any sort of input. And your business goal is like increasing the speed of whatever you're automating. So your business goal is trying to increase the speed, but this model, even though it's accurate, is not actually like managing to increase in it. In fact, it's slowing it down. So this is not going to work because if you give this to like your superiors or you present it to whoever, they'll be like, okay, it's a cool model, but it doesn't do what we want it to do. So what's the point? So it's always important to keep that target in mind to make sure that your model is working towards it. And make sure to remember that you're trying to answer the question or solve a problem. You're not trying to use AI. And finally, like monitoring the product and solution for feedback from users is also a really good way to kind of understand how the bias in your model is impacting your users and how basically your users are kind of figuring out new stuff, because you won't be able to capture every single problem. So it's always good to kind of see what other people interact with and come up against so that you can use it to learn for your future model developments. So that was a lot that we covered. I'm going to go through a couple of conclusions, and I know some of the stuff that we covered might not be like the most encouraging thing because you're hearing about bias, you're hearing about the different ways it might manifest and things like that. But the first thing to remember is that like AI and all of these ML models is a tool that is used to make our lives better. We want to use it to achieve a particular purpose, and it is a tool, so it can be used that way. And you should be encouraged to use it that way. But what to keep in mind is basically that whenever you're tackling a problem, just consider like how you can solve it in like multiple different ways before jumping to AI just because, you might have simpler solutions on hand. This doesn't mean AI is bad or AI is good, but it just means that you should be careful about how you're using it, especially knowing what you know now about like the potential pitfalls and stuff. Because knowing that and looking for these kind of things and being aware of those kind of like problems as they come will make you a better developer and make you a better engineer and make you a better project manager. Because you're actively looking out for these and being more proactive. So it's not a bad thing to be armed with this kind of information, even though it might seem a little bit like depressing, just because it's like, a lot of like harms and problems that it might cause, just because that it'll definitely make you a more holistic engineer and developer and product manager. So another way to do that is to keep yourselves up to date with developments in AI, but also with like papers about harms or biases or solutions to biases that are out there. Just knowing that like this is the developing landscape that has like a lot of new improvements, and you should keep yourself up to date with both sides of the issue, which is like all the developments that are coming with it and also the harms that are identified. And knowing these kind of biases and knowing about the potential harms that are there will also kind of make you look at AI with a critical eye. It will make you like think about, oh, I see this product that people are using AI for, but is that really a good idea? And it'll make you a little bit more discerning because you'll ask questions like that. So going back to that example I gave at the start about how there was an AI product that could be used to change the accent of whoever's speaking in it at call centers so that like people in America could hear an American accent. Sounds interesting in principle, right? Like it's a cool use of AI. But then if you think about it a little bit more, like why should an Indian person need to change their accent just because somebody in America doesn't understand them? Like, shouldn't it be the case that people in America should learn to understand accents better? Like, why do you have to change something that's so important about yourself? That's like so common to people across your country, wherever you're from, just because somebody else like isn't putting in that effort. Because we are like Indians understand American accents, so why should it not be the other way around? And this is like to be clear, this is not like a India versus America thing. Those are just examples, but I think it's the fact that like AI can change a lot of things, but sometimes it shouldn't. So it's good to kind of look at these kind of things with that kind of critical eye, just to see, oh, you know what, maybe we shouldn't use AI here because it's just going to cause a lot more even like societal problems that we don't want to like come up against. And so finally, the last thing is basically to consider the humans that you are building the products for and not just how cool the technology is. Make sure that you're looking to solve the problem at hand and considering the humans that will be using the product and not just another way to use AI. So that's the end of all of the material I had. I hope that was illuminating, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Saira, ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Actually, thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session. My question is that 2 days back at Microsoft Ignite event, it was announced that Microsoft is entering into AI chips. They're launching 2 chips, that Maya 100 and Cobalt CPU, through which own generative AI models can be built using the cloud data. Like this, to an extent, can decrease any bias, because mostly cloud data will be the required data which is required for the company. So can it like have any impact, reduction in the bias or something?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. I didn't actually know Microsoft was doing this. I guess that's cool information to learn. So I think your question was basically if they're using cloud data, then will there be lesser bias because they're using data that is only essential, right? So that is a really good question because I guess the way you can look at it is that, oh, you know what, they've already vetted all of this data that they're storing on the cloud. So maybe it'll help like reduce whatever bias is there. But the thing is that it might make it better, but what you should also consider is that like not all of the data that exists or is vetted is necessary to solve a particular problem. And you might not even know that there are actually biases in it unless like you're using it for a particular use case. So like, for example, even with that COCO data set of like tasks and labels, if it was just a data set that was there, nobody would have looked at it, right? Like nobody's really like looking at every single data set and they're like, oh, but it doesn't have enough women or doesn't have enough men. It's only when it's used for that particular task of learning what actions and activities men and women do that you kind of find this type of bias. So it might be much better that you have like pre-vetted data that already exists. But depending on the use case, you might be using different parts of that data that might introduce different types of bias. So I guess it's good to remain kind of vigilant and like aware of the context of the problem that you're trying to solve, if that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Saira, ma'am, I have another question. We had all discussed about the 3 steps: data collection, model building, and monitoring. But the ethical issues involve seeing the unseen things. But by the time we get to know things, harm would have already been done. So, does AI have any retrospective effect and to correct the harm that it would have done if the things were foreseen just before it would have started? And it's very costly. It's a very costly affair. So, in long term, is it really sustainable? Because having an AI system is costly, plus correcting the mistakes is even costly. So, is it worth having it in long term? Is it sustainable for a small or a medium business to have it?
Okay, so I don't know if I understood you correctly, so I'm going to rephrase and then you please tell me if I got it or not. So you're basically saying that when we find harms after the system is in place, you're basically, it's costly to correct those mistakes because it's costly, and it's also costly to set up AI from the forefront. So is it worth it in the long run? Is that the question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's also a great question. I think it's good to think about the costs of setting these kind of systems up. One thing about like setting up these kind of technologies, AI, any new technology, even cloud when it came out, is that these people always think about whether the cost of like switching to cloud, for example, moving all of their data from their on-prem settings to like cloud, or even moving to an AI system. They're always really worried about the cost. But the thing about these things is that usually there is always one large upfront cost, and then the costs keep getting, or the bet that they basically place is that there's one large upfront cost, and then the costs keep diminishing as it goes. With AI, of course, you are right in pointing out that correcting biases and correcting harms might be more costly in the future. So there's like a couple of steps that you can take to kind of fix this. So the first thing is that even before you release a model into the public, into your production system, there are quite a number of steps you can take to eliminate bias. One thing that people do is test their systems. You know how like when you have a system that you're putting in production, you have to run security tests on it. You have to do like cybersecurity tests to make sure like some port is not open that people can automatically connect to. You have to make sure that your websites are all like HTTPS, not HTTP, things like that. So there are also some tests like that that you can do for AI. So like there's like a couple of things that you can think about. So if there's a model that's doing like image classification. It's taking an image and it's telling you what's happening in that image. Some of the tests that you can consider based on your use case can be like, if it sees an image of a person, it should never label that image as a monkey, for example. And this is actually what happened in one of Google's data sets, where it was labeling people as monkeys and it was kind of offensive. But looking for those kind of extreme cases or edge cases is like a start where you're like, okay, is this basically fitting doing all of my test cases and making sure that it's not doing the horrible things that it should at least not do. Then there are some tests like red team testing, where that is a new and emerging field in AI, where basically you're testing your models like somebody would try to attack the system. You're trying to attack your models and trying to get it to give you bad information before it's released. The other thing is that when you have a model that you put out, right, you're not going to keep that same model forever because it's going to be learning on like old data. So in any AI process, there's always going to be a retraining section. You might retrain your model every week, every couple of weeks. Some things do it like every day. And in those times when you have an established process for retraining your model, you can always update it with your error improvements for like bias or whatever. You can have tests for bias. You can check for these metrics and update it in that way. And the hope is that once you start fixing the bigger issues, the issues that you will see in the future will not be as big, and you'll more and more get towards like a safer system. The same way that like no system online is like 100% secure security wise, or the same way like no data on cloud is 100% like free from crashes or whatever other infrastructure problems that might happen. You will never have like 100% clean and unbiased model, but you can keep working on these improvements in a way that's not too costly to get there, just because there are some steps you can take beforehand. And also in the monitoring phase, there are ways to kind of make it less cost effective in the way that like the same way people release updates to apps and like on your phone, the same way that like you have like newer versions of like products online, you can have newer versions of models and incorporate your bias up, like fixing processes into that. So I think the other takeaway there is that when you have a model development process, it's also important to incorporate like your checks for bias into the tests that you're doing for the model, into like the updates you're doing for the model, so that you can kind of reduce these kind of costs.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have no more questions left.
Awesome. I will stop presenting. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Your talk on ethical AI in management wasn't just a presentation, it was a beacon of moral clarity in the digital landscape. It is said that knowledge knows no time, place, or person. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking extra effort at 11 o'clock in the night to impart this valuable knowledge to us. Thank you for being such a leader knows the way, shows the way, and goes the way. Thank you for being such a leader, ma'am. With your deep learning, you surely made a deep impact on us. Now I request Ms. Janaki Balaraman, ma'am, to come forward and accept a small token of love and gratitude on behalf of Ms. Danya Lakshmi, ma'am. And I request Suma, ma'am, to do the honor. I also take this opportunity to welcome the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. Geeta Bala, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Without further delay, I would like to call upon the next speaker, Ms. Nidhi Sinha, to talk on the topic AI for Business Strategy. It is my great privilege to introduce the speaker. Nidhi Sinha, a highly accomplished professional currently serving as a senior specialist in data, AI, and IoT at Microsoft in Bengaluru. With an impressive career spanning about 4 years at Microsoft, she has consistently showcased her expertise in driving innovation in the realms of data, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things. In her current role as a senior specialist, she has been a key contributor for the past 2 years, demonstrating her proficiency in crafting cutting edge solutions. Prior to this, she served as a solution specialist in data and AI for about 2 years, contributing to Microsoft's endeavors in Bengaluru. Before joining Microsoft, she held a pivotal position at Unilever as a program manager, lead for Reimagine IT Excellence, overseeing operations for 7 months. Her role included strategic planning and leadership in the design and architecture of information and analytics technology. Her journey in the tech industry began at Unilever, where she served as a senior manager in design and architecture. Here, she played a crucial role in solution design, architecture, and project advisory, contributing significantly to the marketing and sustainability portfolio and HR portfolio. Her rich career also includes a tenure at Infosys, where she served as a senior consultant and later as an analytics and BI consultant. During her 6 years at Infosys, she spearheaded a new business vertical, led pre sales efforts, and delivered end to end analytics and BI projects. Her academic journey includes an MBA PGPX in marketing management from UCLA Anderson School of Management in 2018. She also completed a certificate program in business analytics at the Indian School of Business in 2014 and holds a PE in electronics and communication from Sri Ramdev Baba College of Engineering and Management. Let us extend a warm welcome to Ms. Nidhi Sinha, whose wealth of expertise and experience in data and AI will undoubtedly contribute significantly to our learning. Ms. Nidhi Sinha.
Well, thank you so much for this introduction. Please let me know if I'm audible and you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good to know, and also good to know that I'm also, aging as we speak, right? And it's great to be a part of this. Thank you for the opportunity. What I will be talking about is actually like an irony. Please, just doing a little bit of rain check in terms of if you can see my slides, and we're good to go, and then I can probably get started.
Yes, ma'am. We can see
Yeah.
the slides.
All right, perfect. So, thank you again. I'm sorry couldn't get your name. Thank you so much for introducing me. I am Nidhi, and I take care of the data and AI business for very large customers in Microsoft, which includes the likes of Infosys, Cognizant, Wipro, so on and so forth, right? They are the ones who are pioneering a lot of AI technologies and imbibing them and implementing them across the world. And we basically handhold them, and I sit with the CDOs and the chief data officers and the technologists in order to help them understand how best they can really bring in AI into their existing products, existing business strategies, and how they can probably take it next level, right? So, while this topic is very, very intriguing and interesting, it's also like an irony in itself, right? If I really had AI to build businesses, all the businesses would really do well, right? So it's just about understanding how best and how easy or which particular way do we really implement AI, and where do we concentrate to help us enable and basically become our enabler instead of actually circumventing the entire strategy around AI itself, right? And there are businesses which have done that, and they are implementing it, and you will not, you'll be actually surprised, and I'm sure you must have seen that as well, that any product or any services or any day-to-day life, including, like, I used to work in Unilever, like ma'am mentioned, even they are including AI somewhere or the other to really reach the masses, to ensure their boost their productivity, or to just help the customers in a better way, right? So it's just a matter of a year. ChatGPT was launched last year. It's been a year, and they themselves have launched about 7 different versions of models that are coming in and learning. There are many other which have been out there. uh, AI, I'm sure you all, everybody aware, it's not just only about the generative AI concept that we're really looking at, but right from your vision, your OCR, to speech, to text, all of this is all encompassed, and what we call is AI, and leveraging that for your business strategies. So with that, obviously I'll just go through like what AI and how business strategies are really affected. What are the key pillars for the strategy? And all you young entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs who probably would be looking at, or even who are looking at a very senior positions in the boardrooms, how do you really think through, right? And how do you make your management skills really going up there? The impact of AI on business strategies, the business models, and how they are getting influenced with AI. The processes, like I was talking about initially, how they are getting. Obviously, all good things do have their own set of challenges that really come through, and what best way you could probably do an adoption. Again, all of these are evolving just like AI is, and it's up to your imagination and really your thinking in terms of how do you want to enable it, how smartly you want to do that for your, even for your current examinations that you want to probably do. And I will not shy away in saying that I've leveraged a lot of AI to come up with these slides in a matter of a day or two, right? So with that, uh, happy to take questions in the chat or later after the session. Please feel free. I just wanted to be more interactive. I'm talking to customers day in and day out. That's what I do for living. And it's great to understand how they are using AI, right? And how well defined their business project objectives are, or their use cases which they want to do, and how you basically couple them together to really build a robust outlook of how the businesses currently need to change, right? With applications, be name it across supply chain or your product development or R&D on those lines, as simple as when you're really creating a new flavor of ice cream, do I get the insights coming from people from Instagrams or social media, or how it is really interacting and understanding and getting that R&D research coming all the way from food industry and imbibing that. It's all now enabled through AI, right? Earlier it was sitting in probably different people of different minds of different people, but now it is really just getting that information available and getting that and making you enabled with that particular information, so that humans can take better decisions henceforth, right? So that is what AI is, and that's what the success of AI implementation is. How best you really utilize those strategies which is out there, which is available, but really aligning to your goal, your target, your business objectives, and working along with that, right? So it's a busy slide, but I'll probably just talk through in terms of what are the key pillars that we really look at, right? When you're talking about strategy, and I'm sure you all have marked up Philip Porter, right? 5 Ps. But when you're really looking at it from a technology enabled businesses, which is practically anything and everything in this world, from farming to medical to pure play online e-commerce, and you name it, right? Now everything is technology enabled. When you're looking at services, everything of that you do, even if you're doing like a very innovative art solution as well, right? How do you sell that online? All that is technologically enabled, and all that is something that we can really imbibe your AI strategies into it. So it's all about defining the right business strategies, which I'll be talking more detail on, understanding the technology strategies which you really have is basically aligning the data and the data driven businesses and data driven business models or different business functions like HR, finance, all of these could be data driven, right? Really understanding that technology behind it and how do you really empower that, the AI strategy and the whole experience around it, like where do you I imbibe, like I was saying, right? Do I build keep all my solutions built in all part of that, or do I actually go ahead and use those informations and leverage that to generate certain bit piece or enable my processes in a certain way to really get that 10x or 20x returns on investments or on productivity or boosting my entire sales process, right? How do I really get that strategy and the experience? And most importantly, how do we really imbibe that in the organization and culture? So while say the CEO is very aligned in terms of how the AI strategy needs to be imbibed, but if the management or the people below it are in a different thought process, then it becomes very difficult. Or vice versa. The young generation is too up and beat and they are aware in terms of how it can be implemented, but at the same time, they need that experience supplement that needs to come from the management. And if they themselves are not aligned or we don't have the subject matter experts, then the strategies could just go haywire, right? So it could make or do if you don't really leverage the insights that you're really getting from your data into your businesses in proper way. So it's all about synergies between the whole organization and culture. And I think that is the key. If you really look at how we're also doing at Microsoft, is just the synergy that we are getting. We're building co-pilots across different products. And that's what everybody in the industry is really doing, right? They're actually imbibing the AI nuances in each of their products, be it Google, be it even AWS. Everybody's actually jumping on the bandwagon and actually implementing that because the synergy across the organization and the culture is now inward looking and also trying to see how AI can do. And obviously, the whole AI governance and how do you really do the governance? How do you do the responsible AI, which I know is been going to be covered in deep and depth, which in the coming sessions of yours. So it's all about how do you explore identifying your business objectives or the targets or what you need to do, right? So there's a mission statement, and there are daily visions and daily missions that you really need to accomplish. And how do you really align your AI learning and experimentations around those is a structured plan that you can do. The whole planning needs to be done. The whole formalization needs to be done. And then you go ahead and realize. So it's a very similar product, a very similar software cycle that we actually go through, and very similar strategy cycles also that we go through, but just that the pace has increased mammothly because AI is just giving all the information for you to there to consume in a much better fashion, which probably we did have, but we didn't know how best we could consume, how it could summarize it for us, or how it could actually help us get those generative insights, which is very aligned to our business objectives. I'm repeating myself because this is most important. Your target and your goals and your day-to-day objectives or tasks need to be identified for all your AI successes to really deliver really well, right? So like I was saying, you name an industry, you name a function, and you think through it where AI hasn't seen success. And it's just about whether it's customer service, whether it's cybersecurity and fraud management, or your digital assistants. Like all your chatbots are now becoming very like human in conversations. People are making these avatars of finance bots. Like I personally work for a very large finance organization, and then they are making a whole finance bot out of it, wherein they can, whether it's your personal conversation that you need to do, or businesses that are implementing loans and identifying that, where do you go ahead and invest. Things like these are now becoming a human interaction thanks to the AI whirlwind with which we basically seen lately in the last 1 year. Right, inventory management, a lot is happening in supply chain operations, recruitment and talent sourcing. So if you go for any industry that you'd probably do after your MBA, I'm sure AI is one of the key assets that you really need to have, and you should spend more time in order to understand how best it could enable in your businesses, right? And this is just about, this is a 10, I mean, this is 1.5 months old data, right, which I've got, and this is a finding from BCG Consulting Services, where the impact of business strategies and how AI has really influenced the entire industry itself, right? And what is the percentages that I was talking about, the return of investments or the growth percentages, triple X, that we're actually getting, is already seeing a lot from generative AI, and this has just touched the surface, right? Technology, all of us are aware what GitHub Copilot can do. I'm sure you guys are leveraging that for your projects and experiments as well. And just building the whole productivity. I mean, we are actually now spending time less on syntaxes, less on basic work that needs to be done for code development, but actually on the problem statements that we have in hand, right? So it's massively increased, and 80 to 88% is not a joke, right? In terms of productivity increase that we're really talking about, it's an unheard kind of challenge that has been already been done in terms of just about 6 months of implementation. And this is, like I was saying, just scratching the surface. Consumers, fashion industries have almost gone to a 1.5x experience centers. I myself buy a lot more from online earlier, which while I'm a great shopper myself, right? I love shopping, and I would love to go and try that, but now I can actually be in that metaverse, understand how it would probably look on my body type, and actually leverage that, and I go ahead and buy a lot more from online as compared to offline. Time constraint, I stay in Bangalore, things are not that conducive to actually go and travel every time, right? So it's really increased just because of AI, because of the vision or the avatar version of mine that has been created, and I can actually experience the whole fabric and whole look and feel of the whole product, and that's really gone up. I mean, and this is just about clothing that I'm talking about, but you name a consumer product and you can actually leverage that. The biggest thing that has really gone, and you might have seen, I mean, we wish we really had generative AI pre-COVID, right? We could have seen a lot more advances that happens in COVID times. My husband is a doctor, and he's a hardcore an MD, right? And he's a doctor, and now he is taking and imbibing the whole concept of generative AI and insights that they're really getting from clinical trials and drug invoices and all of that, that is getting used. So things which took forever, and from what little I understand about this industry, it is to take a very long time to get any new drug out or any new changes out of it. But thanks to the insights that we can quickly churn on the data, things are just getting it down in just a very limited time. So this is one of the examples that we've got, where the novel drug candidate, actually the treatment is getting for pneumocystis is basically coming in just 21 days. Financial institutions are like the flag bearers of any technology adoption, right? Anything that really comes in, there's so much of data to churn, there's so much of insights that can be generated. All these they are the flag bearers. That in pharma are the first ones to really imbibe adoption into themselves. And we've seen about 98% of accuracy rates, where people are taking forever for any of their normal processes, right? Even KYC is getting approved, documentations need to be validated, things like that. All of it is getting, and there's a mammoth increase in the percentage accuracy rate, which used to take probably 200 or 10,000 people actually to sit behind and validate all the changes that had to be done. Entertainment industry, everything from VFX to how you probably do it, or to animated movies, or to even reach your industry across, reach your masses. How do you actually proactively identify whom to target, whom not to do? All of that is easily enabled with AI impact, and we've seen that a massive movement around that. insurances, like I said, I think this number can easily go up to like 50-55%. And this is huge, right? People are getting claims faster. People are getting their documentations done fairly quickly. All the generative AI tech firms, and you see and you spring. I mean, I'm part of Bangalore. I'm part of the startup world. A lot of these fintech companies are really now mushrooming across insurance tech as well, right? Because suddenly things have become very simple, which probably took ledgers and ledgers of time, and it's just become very simple, right? With that, how do we really look once the impact is probably established? What are the key discoveries that you really need to do to take that strategic advantage? Now, you also need to understand that every business now has the leverage of AI. And that's why your target, your business objectives is very, very important to understand what and where do you want to infuse and where you don't want to infuse, or what you need to prioritize, right? So if you have business models like supply chain industries, or business models which is more finance oriented, or so on and so forth, like manufacturing industries, uh, those you need to identify whether what could be AI driven business models, right? Develop that whole data driven businesses, whether it is understanding your end to end plan to purchase, to procure, to product delivery, how best you can manifest that with an AI driven, understand where data is important, understand what would it take to probably churn this product out sooner. Is there any technology gap, or is there actually a machinery gap? All of that can be driven and understood from a data driven business models enablement, right? Be it your HR, hiring. In fact, there are conversations that are happening with different businesses where they're actually creating bot and interview bots, which are now AI driven. So you might be giving an interview to an AI bot as the first round or the second round to actually evaluate your, once you could get out of the industry. A very scary thing, but actually people are finding it very safe also, because the bot doesn't go back intimating, right? It's just assessing you on your pure caliber, and not playing the way probably we interviews could probably do, right? We could play around with words, go on and so forth. So just on a caliber perspective, if we are wanting to evaluate, it becomes a non-biased bot that are actually going ahead and doing that. So there is absolutely, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If the world is just like now a canvas, and you just go ahead and paint, and you just identify each of the business models, and you can go ahead and pick that. Personalization model businesses now. Personalization is great, right? So if, be it a Mintras or Flipkarts of the world, your Amazon the world, there's personalization. If you're a Netflix, a Hotstar binger like me, everything is personalized and business given. And there's a lot of curated content that you're getting in. If you are into blogs, and if you're on that, so you can actually build a completely different business out of scratch in a matter of, which would probably take years of research or a lot of your personal subject matter expertise to build, and you can just bring it up in matter of days thanks to AI, because the information is available. All it requires is a great idea for yourself, and you can just bring that up and build that personalization businesses in matter of just days, which used to probably take that. Tailor your products, tailor your services, anything of that sort for the individual needs, which probably took forever, right? Then these are subscription based business models that you could think of, which is built more on, say, profitability and sustainable, and analyzing or predicting the behaviors that you could walk into. I'm a mother of a 1.5-year-old, so a lot of my things are already in subscription based. It is also including like trainings, and they say that first 5 years is great for a child to really develop. So I know so many people and so many subscription based activities that keep coming in, which is really catering to my child and my his needs, and how do you really takes it out. And such a lovely business. I mean, who would have thought, obviously, once really dealing with child, that this also is such a huge and I myself is a consumer of that. And obviously product consumers, right? From subscription based, my diapers are subscribed. There are a lot of activities like milk products and all of that. All those are subscription based, very tailored to my son. or I have a pet as well, so very tailored to my pet. So there's a lot of new things that are coming for a subscription main model, for a tech, for a consumer perspective. So it's, and there are people out there who can go ahead and consume it, right? So it's just about you to think and see how best you can imbibe it and leverage the data that is already available, bring in your own subject matter expertise, and just world is a canvas, like I keep saying, right? These were business models that I was talking about. Now, if I just want to look inward into an organization, like how do I look into it? I'm sorry, I take a lot of experience from my family itself, and my mother and my father both are entrepreneurs themselves. So there's a lot of automated decisions that they're trying to imbibe within themselves, right? So coming from a manufacturing world, automated decision making or process optimization or customer services, just on these lines, if you just look at this business function, or if you just look at the business process, how is AI really enabling and how it is solving problems? Customer service, like I showed you in the first slide itself, is one of the largest areas where AI has really revolutionized, right? People who had, you had 20, 30,000, 50,000 of people employed just answering very basic nuances questions are now completely automated. It's self-generated. Sorry, it's self-generated, and it's all AI powered chatbots and virtual assistants that are actually doing and helping that, building that across. And it's just enabling you to think more superior, because human mind is more superior than anyone else. And it's just for us to bring that creativity out to spend on more productive aspects than what is non-productive, right? So be it automated, just identifying like fraudulent transactions, or identifying which is the process that is taking maximum time for operations. All those have now become automated decision making. Insurance, like I was saying, is one of the largest now adopters, and they are going up very fast in the fintech world. Process optimization, so what reduce the reduction of waste. We ourselves we had a target of 2030 to go carbon neutral. We've just brought that down to 2025, thanks to all the data insights that we really have that is available, and everybody's actually going through the most sustainable way of building that up, right? So all these process optimizations, the AI can easily analyze these business processes and identify those areas for business, boosting the productivity basically end to end, right? With all the great nuances that you can do with AI, obviously there's a lot that comes as risk and challenges that you should be aware of. I heard then she actually talking about the biases that can really come in the model, and that's something that needs to be very well iterated. I know you guys have done your statistics. I'm sure statistics is done, and you understand what biases is, and you understand what sample sets that you really need to take for having that unfair decisions, and that's what is critical, right? So that's why human really comes into play. Can we identify whether the sample sets are completely unbiased? Can a machine themselves do that? They could, they may not, but again, it could be very easily manipulated or targeted or played with parameters. So that's when you come into bring. The whole concept of lack of transparency that is available, it's difficult, right? What's really happening inside ChatGPT, or there are 20,000 billion parameters and more and formats that are really coming in. Do we understand all of it? Do we understand what is probably triggering the model output to really come through? It's very difficult, right? It's very challenging, very difficult to defend as well. And that's why we say that it's a generative AI and it's an enabler, and it should not be dependent completely on it, because it's very hard to understand how a particular decision was arrived, right? So you really need to think through in terms of why and how, and back it up with your own experience and the business experience that is being brought in, and then deliver that to the customer, right? Cybersecurity risk is definitely very, very, you're vulnerable. There are new ways of scams that are coming in. This is, for just joking on another line, it's so people are becoming so creative to really do the cybersecurity crimes, right? It's amusing. It's really, really great. From a destructive mind as well, but it's really creative if you really look at it from another angle, right? That how people are really going ahead and scamming you and how it could be. And that's why you need to be so vigilant. You need to be so vigilant in terms of what really is happening and how you can best that. And when you're playing that with enterprise data, like I was saying that I help Infosys and Cognizant and Wipro, which is the largest ITs companies providing to the world, their data sensitivity or the product that they're developing in is so much more at risk that to even get AI, there's like it probably took them 4 months later to get all approvals from an AI leveraging AI because their products are sacrosanct. Their products are very unique to themselves, and everybody has their own flavor, right? So it should not go back to the world. It should be very imbibe. I need to look at more enterprise secure solutions, looking at it from a security end point of view as well. Nothing should go out of their tenant, so on and so forth. So all that security scrutiny had to be done because it could really compromise a lot of sensitive data, a lot of engineers' data, a lot of patented data out there, which people have spent their hard-earned, lifetime to really keep it with themselves. So, cyber security risk is one of the largest and a very niche area also that is coming up as a potential future career perspective as well, right? Where people are investing a lot on cybersecurity, and AI just enabling that to a very, very large extent, right? With the threats and the opportunities is just about how best you can go ahead and adopt. Adopting strategy, like I'm saying, is understand your target, understand your business goals, understand your business objectives, understand your business processes that are killing you the most, which may or may not leverage AI, and how best it could do that. Identify those business problems, stick to that, determine whether AI can be more efficient or not, and how best you can solve them. Develop your whole AI strategy, be it business strategies, be it technology strategies, or even people induction, right? What kind of people you want to bring in, what are the culture changes that you want to do. A great activity that your campus is kind of doing is doing this particular workshop of making you think that way. It's all part of the culture and it's all part of the organizational changes that is really coming in, right? In your case, the whole campus change that is coming in, the culture mindset, or at least letting, I'm sure, if not 100%, at least 60% will go back and see that, how best I could even improve that, and how ingenious I could be to use AI in my projects, AI in my submissions, AI in my way of building a product. If there are young entrepreneurs who are already building on that stuff, right? The investment data center, like not all good things come at a cheap cost, right? There's a lot that is available free of cost. There's lots that we need to understand, and what is the most high efficient infrastructure that we need to build in. Do we build in-house? Do we leverage cloud platforms? Do we leverage what is certain models like OpenAI and ChatGPT and so on and so forth, which gives you a perspective, but you can't manipulate so much and do fine tuning, which is very expensive to host, so on and so forth. So you really need to strike that right balance, because everything comes at a cost, and that's the cost to decide by the business CXO boards, that what would it take and how would it really involve and bring on those aspects. Collaborate with AI experts. You yourselves become one. You are young. You all of you have the right time to actually invest in selves. Or in a business perspective, there are experts coming in who elaborate and understand what are data scientists, how machine learning engineers can really help bring this perspective. So AI, like I said, is not just generative AI, it's also the traditional, which is now traditional, sorry, the data sciences, the predictive, prescriptive, descriptive prediction, forecasting. Your machine learning engineering is doing a very large, um, you know, uh, large Spark pool models that are building in order to identify your correlations, so on and so forth, identifying where to really invest, because those engineers are expensive, the infrastructure is expensive. Whether the business objective is met or not is best when it's accompanied by an AI expert with a subject matter expert at the ground zero level itself, and the board and management who really understands the consumption and impact of AI and how does it really go into your services, right? So that's the successful implementation and adoption of AI. Basic things to check in place, and I'm sure you will have a great business strategy built in for the upcoming businesses that you would either join or build by yourself, right? So uh, with that, probably the whole future of AI in businesses is, as it becomes more and more sophisticated, the impact of businesses will only continue to grow, right? So it's just scratched the surface, and with that scratching the surface itself, we've seen a great boost in productivity, a great boost in services, a great boost in innovation and R&D. It's just that automation has increased massively, so people are now being leveraged for things which require human and not just doing for layman works which could be really automated. So the efficiency and productivity is really gone up in terms of other economics. So there could be certain disruptions of job displacements and economic challenges, but that's something that we need to account for. We need to find new avenues in terms of how best labor intensive industries could be looked into. AI, I mean, a robot can go ahead and probably cultivate a field, but it's a very large investment to be really done. So, things like those, things like, where labor intensive is very high, it's still very difficult to probably replace people, right? And but there are a lot of significant enhancements that are coming in. So one needs to really identify your call centers. A lot of it is now becoming automated. Your first line of interaction will and should be a virtually assistant to or a chatbot that is looking at. It's a lot more customized, right? There's a lot more greater presence if you are like, I mean, I don't know. I grew up watching a lot of Cartoon Networks, and I knew only that these are the kind of shows that could come in, and I had to tune in only at that particular time, and there was no curated ads that were also coming in. So as simple as like if I go to a kids channel and if I've not subscribed completely to it, I automatically do not get harmful videos or harmful ads as well, which could probably scare my child out, right? So there won't be a scary monster that will come in, which could be in reference to different, adult, a funny intake, but for a child, it's difficult to comprehend whether it's a funny intake or a sarcastic comment, so on and so forth, right? So those kind of ads don't pop up for a kid channel, and that's already curated to a certain way. Can it go and curate it to a more larger way for the kind of viewing that my child is probably picking up? There's a lot of potential, right? So greater personalization. I'm just talking about on as simple as that, or what kind of milk that should really come in, and a combination of what market basket analysis could be done, right? A coconut tender milk with a normal skim milk or a full fat milk. What do we really recommend that in your basket, right? Or what do we buy together? I mean, I don't know if everybody, I mean, long back, and this is about almost 10 years when this whole predictive prescriptive analytics really started in, and Target was one of the largest people who were actually played a very great correlation sort of a market basket analysis. And they were, I mean, that's one of the first stories that really became great. It was one of that the diapers were really were kept in the same shelves of beer. So there was a beer diaper analysis, and it was found out that a lot of fathers are sent to buy diapers, and that's why they started keeping beer close to diapers. So both the sales of diapers as well as beer started going really high, right? So please read that up. It's a very interesting use case, and that's when people really started the power of data, the power of data-driven businesses, and how best it could be leveraged, right? Wow, who would have thought, right? Kids section is completely different, adult section is completely different, but keeping those together, keeping those two products together, the sections still remain different, but just keeping those two products together have boosted the sales of both massively. The same thing is happening in your HR field. You're looking at talent retention, you're also looking at attracting the right talent. There is a lot of attrition that is happening. What best way to scrutiny? There's a lot of cyber crime that's happening, forging candidates, forging interviews who are coming for the candidates. So the lot needs to happen on those lines, and all that is also be looked into and validated. Completely new business models are getting sprung up. So people are building AI algorithms to become the best and the major players in the business world. Traditional businesses are adopting AI in themselves. Like my father has a manufacturing industry. He himself was a typical one, right? Now they've imbibed their entire sales process, and CRM is getting is AI enabled. The sales generation and the leads are coming through that. The manufacturing process and automations and supply chain is actually reducing. So new businesses or new business models are also getting sprung up completely different with AI, right? So again, reiterating, probably the world is the canvas. Just think through where you can actually paint yourself. Think through where your businesses can be painted and where they need to go, and what section that they need to solve. They not everybody would want to be an Ambani. They would probably want to be a smaller version, solving a particular niche or doing a particular activity from an NGO perspective and leveraging AI there as well, right? So common diseases that are coming in or common ask of, so I mean, as simple and I also work for Roundtable where we do a lot of NGO work. So a simple thing in terms of, we've integrated AI in such a way that they get a lot of funds or they get a lot of donations, but they get the same kind of donations. Not every time they really require rice and pulses to supplement the food, right? They probably require medicines, they probably require clothing, or as simple as probably just like a donation of a computer or not. How do we really segregate and how do we understand that, and how do we go back to the donors or funders who are actually giving back to the NGOs? That itself, or the simple process, is now automated, or there are insights available which we can go back and give a feedback to the donors, or make like a small website, which was so difficult for an NGO to really build in, that we have the sufficient supplies. Now kindly help us with medicines, or kindly help us with clothes, or kindly help us with education investments, and so on and so forth. So simple things, even at the grassroots level, have now been touched with AI. And that, just think through that and just leverage it. So I don't know how much time do I have with me, but that's pretty much that I was talking about. And if you know your five forces, and the 5 Ps of Michael Porter has also now got an AI version to it. So go look that up on the internet. It's just about meeting your goal. And if you want to make that successful, it's just meeting your targets. So goal and targets go hand in hand, and that's the reality check. And that's why if you even look at from a startup perspective, the bubble is bursted. Now people are going back on P&Ls, and people are going back on their investments and their ROIs, where people are looking at, what is the profit margin, where are you going to suffer, and it's just not that investments are coming on just ideas and innovations. So happy to take any questions that you might have.
Sarah ma'am, thank you for the presentation. It was very inspiring and wonderful. So ma'am was talking about giving an example of how ma'am is shopaholic, and ma'am loves to shop online and see all the, like, feel the fabric and all, and it reduces ma'am's time. So I'm doing a project, my MBA project is similar to that, and I'm understanding, yes, and I'm trying to understand the consumer's perspective and behavior of how UX in online shopping platforms are helping them, and how can it help further to increase their experience and engagement. So from the responses that I have received till now, people are really skeptic, and they're not willing much to use this features, which is enhancing, like, there are responses where people are really happy about it, but many of them are not able to trust it. So how AI experts and professionals are trying to tap into those customers who are not willing much to change.
Who are not willing for change, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I think things like influencer strategy, right? Influencers or people who they probably follow up, right? How they can be probably leveraged to bring that perspective, right? So you always look up to a leader, or you always look up to someone who's probably leveraging that same thing and imbibing it, right? So say for example, I mean, even with kids, I'm just giving you an example with kids' perspective. I would never want to, and now that we are living in this internet world and ideal mother and so on and so forth, that I want to go back to traditional ways. I don't want to do junk eating, so on and so forth. Reality is that sometimes I can't really cook everything at home, right? And give that to my kid. So is there a healthier option to actually help that, right? Cerelac, I probably grew up on Cerelac, but there was not much of research really done on whether Cerelac was really great for our product or not. And I was dead against it in terms of giving that to my son. So what really helped me, I was following certain better like pediatrician mothers or people I mean, like, who were mothers of a working professional but which had a healthy background, so on and so forth, and how products that they were leveraging. So that kind of example kind of set in, and then I obviously did my own research in terms of whether this particular product is good for my son just for an emergency perspective. Because as simple as if I'm traveling and if my son doesn't like a food that is offered to him, do I even have certain alternatives to give him and not let him go hungry? Because a fruit is not always an option to give, right? Even excessive fruit, excessive bananas, which is though great, but having 10 bananas for a day may not really help that. So influencer strategy can really help in those aspects, wherein you could I mean, like the word influence, you can actually influence them and probably get that second line of confidence for the products in terms of how it has been leveraged and how they have consumed. So there could be a storyline, and also in the fact that how they are using it in their day-to-day lives and how it has impacted their normal day-to-day function. So that's one of the way probably looking at it. But obviously trying to understand your target audience. So that's one way. Then from a strategy perspective, and what I'm talking to marketing teams is trying to understand your target audience, narrowing down your target audience, getting a success on that, and then expanding to larger perspective. So there could be certain section of people or certain section of age group which are actually getting influenced on those lines or actually consuming the latest technologies. Target them and understand and make them as your, for the lack of better words, guinea pigs to understand if the strategy is going great, and then expand and consume it by recommendations, by influences, by actually giving an offline version also if possible, right? So there could be certain set of sample sets, like an example of the product that I'm talking about, like consumption or a fabric, or just doing probably offline versions also, an interaction of online and offline versions, and giving that sample sets to a certain set of people or target audience and leveraging that. So like I said, there could be a mix of those, and there's a mix of recommendations and mix of changes that we could look into, or different parameters that intrigue. So if they're not liking a feature that you've just gone ahead and given, but if you imbibe that particular feature as part of a video play, or if part of a monologue, or part of an experience center offline, then that also could bring in that perspective. So it's just about changing that perspective or adding those additional perspectives that you might be not leveraging, the channels that you might be interacting with them or bombarding them with those kind of features. So that could be one of the ways to influence the consumers.
Thank you, ma'am.
Saira ma'am. Now, as we know that the world has turned to gig working and deskless work from anywhere jobs, as an HR, it becomes challenging for the organization to track the real time, in time and out time of the data analytics of the employees, and also the quality of the productivity analysis. So, how AI as a tool can be helpful for the HR to solve this challenge in the best possible way?
So, thank you for that question. Very interesting. And in fact, I'm solving this day in and day out with the kind of customers that I am actually addressing, right? And then for them, people is their largest investments, and people are the ones that they actually look into. So there are multiple ways, and there are a lot of collaborative ways in which people are actually identifying this. So look at any collaborative tools which are already identifying the login perspective. Is not just a mouse probably which is probably moved in and said that you're online. And people have gone more creative from that, and that's what I'm saying. So you're fighting creativity as well as the whole moonwalking that was happening. There's a new term that has really come in, which is called um, coffee badging, right? You just come to the campus, have a cup of coffee, show your face to the bosses, and go back to your work for more productivity, and doing that in Solace. So AI can actually go and track, and that's why objectives and specific success measures are is essential for assessing the whole aspects. So you could probably give a object. In fact, there are companies and services which are also saying that A used to charge me $10 initially for the product, or one person 1 hour, so on and so forth. But now since you're using Copilot or GPT, Copilot or GitHub Copilot, how much of the tool is code is actually generated by your team versus by the tool, and can you charge me less? So people are actually tracking at that particular level in terms of traction, in terms of what is being done through that, and all this is enabled through AI, right? You can actually identifying what kind of work and productivity is being done at that minute level, at that minute screen, at that minute perspective of what you're trying to bring in. So there are a lot of now with collaborative tools like Teams, Google Meet that we're really talking about, and understanding on those lines, the metaverse that is coming in, a lot AI has actually helped in identifying those. There are companies which have made it mandate to go back to campuses. There are companies which are completely okay with people working from home, but just that ensuring the whole security perspective around it is done, and how you probably log in, log off from an HR perspective is easily monitored through AI. So there are tools out there which is already enabled. There are more enhancements that are coming in. People are actually going and developing it, which can actually monitor your productivity, not just being online, but kind of interactions that are doing. I mean, fortunately, unfortunately, the kind of mails that are really going out, what kind of quality of the mails that go out, to whom it has been addressed, is there just like a repetition? All that has been enhanced and collated and summarized as part of a productivity index for an employee that comes. So it's again up to the companies to identify at what level of scrutiny that they want to do. But there are ways and measures which is AI enabled to actually go ahead and track that. So it's just on whether the organizational culture is okay to probably identify those or not.
Thank you, ma'am. Sairam, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Ma'am, thanks for the inspiring presentation, ma'am. We are really inspired, especially with your work in the NGO sector. I am currently working on a project where I'm trying to design a multi-sided platform to bridge the gaps in social impact sector. And your presentation today actually helped me get more confidence into how AI can be brought into to give better impact into what I am doing. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
I'm glad it could help. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, it's a multi-sided platform where volunteers, donors, and NGOs or communities working for a cause would be connected. So the volunteers will be given recommendations on the basis of what kind of services they can provide and their location, where they can either provide offline services to the organizations or online volunteering. And at the same time, I have provided space for the communities to display their financials, and we do due diligence to ensure that they are verified and give them badges on the basis of their transparency, so that donors can also trust and go ahead with their donations. And it's like it's just like LinkedIn is for jobs, so this would be for philanthropy, where people can post about their activities and everything.
I mean, hats off to you and thank you for taking up this project, because that's the biggest thing, right? There's a lot of not just political, there's a lot of siphoning of black money through NGOs as well, right? So while we want to do a good cause, we're also very scared in terms of whether we're doing it right or wrong. And and like I said, right, not just from what people are wanting, but there's a lot of cyber crimes that happen through these NGOs, right? And if you're trying to solve that, hats off, and see, there's a budding entrepreneur between you guys already, right? So hope this project becomes successful and you get the right investment. So all the best for that.
Okay, I think there's a typed in question from the junior. No.
Pragya?
Yeah, hi, ma'am. Yes.
Pragya, you can ask the question now.
Basically, we have a virtual, a big audience, so they're not housed in the same place. So we have the MBA students and some of the final BComs here, and we have the others in other venues. So they also wanted to ask a question. So I was just looking, did it come in? Or shall we read it? Is it a message to you? I don't know. No, okay. I'll just try to read it out. Yeah. Okay. I think this is a question, I'm not very clear, but I think it is about what's the impact of AI technology and these existing economic inequalities which already exist. How can AI help to mitigate that?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't get that. What is the
so
impact
this is
of
a
AI
question.
technologies?
Yeah, sorry. This is a question from BCom students, a first BCom student, and she's asking whether AI technology can it mitigate, economic and other inequalities which are in society, or does it just amplify what is, or can it reduce? Can it control?
Are we audible?
Yeah, they are asking.
Yes,
Yeah, you are
Pragya,
audible.
proceed.
Yeah. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Ma'am, so the question is, like, one goal of a business is to serve society, ma'am. But AI kind of promotes economic inequalities, and it thus goes against its responsibility to serve society. It's only serving some portion of society. So is it actually viable? Because doesn't it go against the ethics of the business?
To your point, currently, people who have the leverage are using that. But I didn't get the person who was just spoke to me before. And there are a lot of other people who are actually going back to the society and actually enabling that, right? So be it technology into farmers, there are innovative ways to understand or use the wastage that has been created by farmers and creating products out of it, than burning it out, right? So you're going back to the society and actually going back to the lowest level. But if you're talking about replacement of certain jobs, yes, there is that threat of AI that is coming in, but there are other innovative ways to probably get them involved, and there are new businesses that are really getting sprung up where they could utilize their technology or their processes around it, right? Also, AI comes at the cost, so not everything can be replaced. And going back to the root level and actually implementing is the area where a lot of startups are actually working on as well, right? So I work a lot with startups, and that's where people who are doing that, who are touching the grassroots. So that's what I'm wearing my startup advisory hat. So there is India and there is Bharat, right? So there's a lot of investments that are going for people who are actually touching Bharat, which is everyday all of us, than just select few who have technology enablements of India. And AI is really playing a lot of role. So things are coming up. I won't say that things are out there already, but people are actually thinking a lot and actually enabling them. I don't know if I did answer, but it's there, and it's up to you to understand how best you can make their life simple as, actually giving a professor an opportunity to go and talk to hundreds of people in their different languages, which was never possible. So I don't know how many of you've seen Super 30, right? That particular series that was actually there, that movie. Now just imagine if I wanted access to that particular professor, but I did not understand that particular language, and I am just a person sitting in a village. How do I get that kind of an education that is available, right? Now AI is actually enabling that, and I can now talk to a person who understands Kannada while I probably don't understand it, because it's translating that and imbibing that particular knowledge to that particular person available at that grassroots level. So there's massive uh, upheaval that is happening and upliftment that is really happening through AI, right? So it's just about probably the ways of thinking of how do you want to implement and what do you want to do for the society.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks. I hope that made sense though. Yeah. It's a very touchy topic, and yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, this will be the last question. According to the McKinsey article, generative AI is the next productivity frontier. So, but it is also mentioned in the article that even though it's possible, like it's possible in the strategy formulation, when it comes to the implementation, the transformation is not so easy for any company. So, since ma'am being in the industry, I would love to know ma'am's take on this.
Yeah. So if you remember the pillars that I was talking about, the key pillar, while we can have great drawing boards in terms of what my AI strategy needs to be, what the cool things that I can probably do, the key pillar that needs to be is in imbibing AI as part of your organizational and culture, right, inside people. So I think that is one of the key things that we really need to start in order to make the AI business or being very transformative. So if it's not imbibed as part of your culture, if it's not some time that you take time off, because there's so many things, right, you need to concentrate on. If you're not taking time to take off to educate yourself, to understand what potential benefits that you can get, or what are the potential risks that could actually come through, it will become it can become disastrous if it's not implemented right. So there could be certain companies which could probably see the end of light because they implemented a wrong AI strategy. So the key thing of any person is how your organization and culture is getting imbibed, and what are the key things that they're actually doing within the organization in order to get that perspective, and that will be the pillar, and that will be the basis on which the whole foundation is really laid out. Did that answer? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, can we have one more question, please?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. I have a small doubt. We have been speaking about how AI can be helpful in businesses, but AI itself is still developing. And before we even realize, every day there's a new technology and something springing up. So, how advantageous it is to for a business to adopt such a unstable technology?
Very interesting, right? And that's why when I probably start with a very controversial statement, which is that AI is generative AI. It's an enabler. It is not a replacement, right? Leverage it to enable it, leverage it to give you that insights for you to take that decision. After all, I mean, if your product fails, AI fails, AI doesn't go back to eating something and not paying your EMIs. So it is you who are paying your EMIs, and is extremely responsible that you take that particular decision, right? So leverage AI to give you that right insights, which probably took days and months to probably get that. Leverage it to enable it to leverage to get over with mundane activities, right? Probably like my day-to-day life, starting with what to curate. I probably curate a menu for my son, leveraging AI, saying, please give me a weekly menu, so that I give him nutritious value. I don't have to think so much about it. But on Sundays, I still probably prepare something great for him and make that activity like myself, right? So I'm enabling myself at that particular moment, but am I dependent on that? Say, for example, I've curated and I don't, and it says palak paneer, and I don't have palak paneer that day. I obviously have to think something different, right? So very simple example that I'm really talking about, but it's all about enablement, and it's also about refreshing your technology, right? Like, so if there is a product that you've built on AI and leveraging it, ensure that you have an R&D team which is sitting right at the behind, which job is not to look at end product, but its job is to find out what are the loopholes that are coming in and what are the new models that it can imbibe, and start reflecting that. So the churn cycle of these technologies become much more faster, but at the same time, there needs to be a team which is sitting right there to see what is the latest and the greatest that are coming in, and what are the stable platforms in which I could leverage that and put that across, right? So say, for example, Avatar is new, but is that something great that I need to do? I'm in a fashion industry. Yes, I need to do. I am in an insurance tech, and I probably just want to put an Avatar agent on top of it and do a shitty job at it. I probably won't do that, right? So identifying what technology is required, investing in them on that particular time. One team sits on productionizing it, but the other team is looks at R&D or what is the latest that is coming in, because technology is evolving. I mean, if you ask me a question, what will I do 5 years henceforth? I don't know. I don't know where AI will take, whether it will take away my job or not, right? So is there a new way of innovating? I honestly don't have an answer. I don't have a plan. I know that I probably want to do something for the society. I'll probably work towards in those directions. What way I could imbibe it, what technology I could leverage it. I have that assistant in my hand at a much affordable option that I'd had probably previously. Why don't I leverage that? It's just about getting yourself enabled and not getting consumed by it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In the playbook of business strategy, your insights on AI were the game changing moves that turned uncertainties into opportunities. Thank you, ma'am, for not just envisioning the future, but for also providing us with strategic algorithms to navigate it. And thank you so much, ma'am, for patiently answering all our questions. Thank you, ma'am. I now
Thank you so much.
request Ms. Anusha Vijaykant to come forward and accept a small token of gratitude and love on behalf of Ms. Nidhi Sinha. And I request Dr. G. Padmavati ma'am to do the honor.
Thank you so much, and all the best, everybody. Thank you.
As we navigate the intricate pathways of artificial intelligence in management, it is crucial to also recharge our own neural networks too. So we shall now break for tea for 20 minutes and assemble back at 11:40 a.m. sharp in the MMLC lab. Thank you. Sairam.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my most humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swami. As we dive back into the sea of knowledge after a refreshing tea break, let's remember that the innovation often starts with a simple pause and a fresh perspective. Now we have with us Anusha Vijaykant ma'am to guide us on the AI for talent management. It is my pleasant duty to introduce Anusha Vijaykant ma'am, a seasoned HR professional with an illustrious career spanning various industries and continents. Currently serving as the Associate Director HR at Virtusa in Hyderabad, ma'am brings a wealth of experience to the table. In her current role at Virtusa, ma'am has been instrumental in shaping the HR landscape by focusing on APAC strategic and leadership hiring for more than a year. Her strategic leadership and hiring initiatives have undoubtedly contributed to the success and growth of Virtusa. Prior to her tenure at Virtusa, ma'am held the position of General Manager at the Origin Life Sciences in Hyderabad for more than 2 years. Here, ma'am played a pivotal role in handling one of the largest revenue generating business, demonstrating her prowess in strategic leadership, strategic planning, resource hiring, and leadership recruitment. Her extensive experience also includes a notable role as delivery team lead, talent acquisition R&D client service manager at Medtronic for 4 years. Ma'am managed the talent acquisition function for Medtronic Engineering and Innovation Center in Hyderabad, contributing to the improvement of procedural outcomes and patient quality of life. Further, ma'am has contributed her HR expertise to organizations such as ICRI-SAT, Stone Apple, Amazon, Bank of America Continuum Solutions, and Genpact LLC. Her roles have ranged from senior human resource officer to team lead, showcasing her diverse skill set and adaptability. Ma'am's educational journey includes an MBA in HR and marketing from Patruka. She has also participated in the Executive Leadership Program, Leadership WLP, at the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. Let's extend a warm welcome to Ma'am Anusha Vijaykant, a strategic HR leader whose wealth of experience and global perspective will undoubtedly enrich us. Miss Anusha Vijaykant.
Good morning to everyone. My humble pranams to our beloved Swami for this opportunity given to me today. And I must say before I begin, I really love the energy in the room and also the virtual participants. I really love the innovative and creative questions that you have come up with. Hats off to the faculty, hats off to the students who have put in so much of effort to stay relevant to the changes in the industry. So big clap to yourself. Thank you so much for the introduction. I mean, that was way far than what I am doing today because I still consider myself as work in progress. And this was like too much for me to even assimilate till now. So thank you so much for that introduction. Moving on, today I will be talking about AI and talent management. Now, before that, we had very interesting sessions by Dhanya and Nidhi, where you have got the information about the 10,000 feet and the strategy which is involved in bringing AI into various functions of the organizations, where HR is also one of the functions. So I will not be deep diving again on the data monitoring, the ethical aspects, or the cyber security because that's covered and you now understand why that's important. Definitely that also becomes part and parcel of HR as a function before we make any decision for bringing in a transformation within the HR function. So what we will do today is clearly talk about AI in talent management, AI in the sub-functions of talent management. I'm sure you all know what are the sub-functions. Can you list out what are the sub-functions in HR? Yes, most widely known recruitment. Learning and development, that's right. Compensation and benefits. Sorry? Performance appraisal. Absolutely. That's right. So we will be covering each of these aspects and how AI has enabled for these functions to be better from what they were in the traditional methods that the organizations have adopted. Now, before we deep dive on that, most of us, like Nidhi and Danya, my earlier speakers have mentioned, we are all users of AI already. We also know how AI has evolved and are affecting or impacting us in our day-to-day decisions. Like Nidhi mentioned, she's a shopaholic and AI helps with the generative analysis. Like Danya mentioned about how it is used by the organizations to be better and how you have to be cautious about. So we all use it in various forums, could be Amazon, Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Zomato, to name a few of them. But when it comes to the HR, why do we need AI? Is something that Janki ma'am already said, that we are not here to give the solutions, but we are here to give and share more about the experiences on why this is adopted. So why is that we are adopting AI today, even in the HR? Now, when we come to HR as a function, let me be very clear today, HR is more of a strategic HR partner. HR is more of an advisor, and HR is more of a change agent in the organization. It is no more an order taking or a support function that earlier we used to hear from our leaders or our seniors or probably from the industry. We are more of a strategic partnership with the businesses. When Nidhi was talking about business strategy, the business strategy team partners with the HR leaders to evolve with the AI strategy. Likewise, when Danya was talking about ethics and AI management, HR leaders partner with them to bring in the ethical management and compliance being defined. So today, we are moving more on outside in than inside out. What does that mean? Any one of you? This is the common term in management. What's outside in and what's inside out? I heard some response. Absolutely, that's right. Absolutely. And when I talk about it at a high level, it is more about defining my strategy, my vision for the organization, which was earlier in the past more of an inside out. So earlier, I would talk about what is the technology that I want to bring in. Then I define my processes. And then I go to what is the experience that I would like to give to my end user or my customer, or could be my own employees in the organization. Today, we are moving to a structure where it is more of outside in. So I first think about who is my user and what is the experience that I would like to give it to him or her. Could be my stakeholders, could be my employees, could be my external candidates, could be any one of them. And then I move to the technology which I would like to use. And then lastly, I will move to the processes that I will define around it. And that is the only crux why AI is adopted in HR today. We are more focused on bringing in that experience to the employees internally, to also the stakeholders internally, and also to the end users through our functional expertise within the organization. And that is the reason why we are focusing more on having the AI strategy being enabled, more of data analytics, and AI is booming up. Now, a little history back. AI has been in the industry since quite long. Anyone can guess the year that AI is in inception? Sorry? No, there's no right or wrong answer. You're just close to the answer. Even I don't remember the exact year, but yes.
1950s.
Yes, you're right. 1950s is the period. So why is that from 1950s we waited till 2023 to arrive at talking about AI and strategy in our functions and AI in HR or the other functions? What is the reason that we waited so long? Yes, ma'am. But I would like to hear from the students. Why is that we waited for so long? Good, but little closer to why did it come up now?
Before, people didn't have much exposure about AI and what it does.
Hmm.
Now, with the internet and COVID, it triggered the AI wave.
Absolutely.
So
Perfect.
people are
Yes. largely with the pandemic, there is a lot of boom about how do we work better, how do we enable the better data analysis, and that's how the boom has come up on utilizing AI in each of these functions. So you all have already listed on the functions, you have already listed on why we need AI, which is largely focusing on stellar experience, on customized solutions for the businesses to function effectively, and also for the data analysis, which earlier speakers have already covered on. Now, we will go on the functions one by one. We all know there are functions, you all have named it, but today in the industry, recruitment is called as talent acquisition. HR is called as more of talent management. Learning and development is called more as talent development. Compensation and benefits is a function, but right now it is yet to fully adopt the AI. It is still in the nascent stage, while the other functions are adopting it. And we also have something called as onboarding and HR operations. We also have something as workforce management. I'm sure all of you listed rest all of that, but except for workforce management. Any idea what's workforce management? So when do you do manpower planning?
So that department, how many employees will be the optimum quantity, not more or not less?
Absolutely, perfect. So there is no right and wrong answer. I'm just trying to engage more. We are heading towards the lunchtime. I just want this to be more of a interactive and a mutual learning for me and you, all of you. That's the reason why I'm asking these questions. So yes, that's right. That's the right definition of workforce management, but we will deep dive on this towards the end of the slide because that's still an emerging field in the HR, and there is still a debate whether workforce management is part of the HR or is it part of the business operations. So that's the reason why I have parked it for the end of the discussion in the flow that we are going to talk about. So we will talk about AI in talent acquisition. Now, most of us know what is talent acquisition or recruiting as a process. Now, recruiting as a process, if I have to talk about, we all know majorly at a management student level or in the organization, there are only 3 stages. I screen the resumes, I interview the candidates, and I offer them. Is this right, or is there any other definition? It's right? Okay. So now here comes an interesting part. I'm going to talk about 2 situations of my own experience in my career, and you will tell me what is the difference in the first situation and the second situation. So the first situation goes like this. The first situation is decade and a half back, I was offered in an organization. I received, a little step back. I attended the interview with my physical hard copy of CV at a place where I was invited for the interviews. I went through the interviews whole day, and then I received call after 2 days that I am offered for the position. After another 2 days, I received the call that they will be couriering my offer letter to my home, and after 3 days, I received my offer letter to my residence. So look at the number of days. Remember this. I will ask you later. And then the HR calls me and lets me know that now it is time that I sign, and I physically courier back one more copy to the organization, and upon receiving that, they will give me the date of joining. And that happened after 3 to 4 days, and I received my date of joining. I still wait. Monday is my date of joining, and till Saturday, I do not have any communication till I receive an email on Saturday night that XYZ is my point of contact and so is the place of onboarding. Monday, I report to the office, and day 1, I was told to carry my original educational certificates. I carried the physical copy to the office, and all of it were validated in a line of candidates who were there with me joining because I was at a fresher level. So all of us validated the documents. The day long went only in documentation, and then I was given a printout of 6-day plan where I will be asked to attend the sessions each day for each functions to understand the policies, to understand the IT infrastructure, to understand the ethical compliances, to understand the insurance, and most important, to get my salary, to open my bank account on the last day of the session. So that's how the process went. Day 7, I was called to the office and I was told that this is your place, but your desktop will be arranged after 2 days. So remember the number of days again, I reiterate. Now this is situation 1. In the situation 1, day 4 of joining, my manager meets me and tells me, you talk to your peers, you find out what the team does, I will come back to you later. 10 days later, my manager comes and tells me, this is what you have to do. And that's how the work goes. This is situation 1 ends. Now, let's move fast forward to what it is now. Today, when I have to hire for my team, I screen, I interview the candidates, I offer them within probably 2 to 3 days because I have access to all the social media platforms, the WhatsApp channels to bring in the right reference of the candidates. I offer the candidate and the candidate receives the offer letter on the mobile. The candidate e-signs and accepts on the phone on the same day. The next day, I invite the candidate to onboard us, and before onboarding, between the acceptance and till the candidate reaches my team, there is email triggers with the notifications of pre-onboarding processes, pre-onboarding trainings that he or she has to complete. And when he or she comes in, he is already given a soft ID card. He's already given a laptop. He just fills in the non-disclosure agreement. He's given a laptop with self-paced training that he or she can complete probably in 7 days. And then he or she joins me. And it is mandated that I assign a buddy so that he or she is familiar with the system. And day 3, I have a one-on-one to set up the key performance indicators, which are the goals for that individual for 30, 60, 90, and then the year long. And then I'm scheduled to meet the candidate or the team member every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Okay, so here I end the situation 2. Now, question back to all the innovative participants here. What is the difference that you see? And I would like one by one the features of difference that you see in both.
Ma'am,
No, describe the difference in a right manner of what is the difference between situation 1 and what is the situation 2.
Ma'am, in situation 1, tech was not there. In situation 2, tech was there. So it fastened the process.
Okay, so let's break it down because we are talking about the recruitment as a whole process. So can anyone break it down? Since you have answered, let's give the opportunity to others. Let's break it down. Let's talk at the first stage. First stage is screening.
Ma'am, after screening is done, the person, before the candidate wasn't aware about the exact work, what he has to do, how many days, and what are his tasks to
We are jumping to the onboarding. We are at the first stage, screening. No, you can still take it up. Talk about the screening.
So in screening only, he with as it is in a soft copy, he sends, so it will be reached to multiple board of directors. So at the same time, decision can be taken, and the chances of losing a best candidate is overcome. Then time consumption.
Okay.
For both the sides.
Sure.
Like
Now,
candidate
I
as
would
well
like to
as-
pause you because you're answering for the others as well. I want others to participate. Quickly on the interviews and the offer process and onboarding. I have subheaded them so that you can give me the experience.
Ma'am, as ma'am mentioned, first the interviews were taken personally. So the
Yes.
candidate, whoever was shortlisted, had to go personally
Yes.
for appearing for the interviews.
Yes.
And it was not only one, multiple rounds. So he or she might have to go multiple times.
Yes.
But in present times, it is all digitalized.
Yes.
So it becomes very easy for the interviewer and the candidate himself.
Yes.
For facilitating the process.
Absolutely. Perfect. Next, the offer stage. Can anyone take it up? From the back rows, please. The front has participated a lot. On the offer stage, what is the key feature that you see? Yes, please.
Sairam ma'am.
Yes.
If I have to summarize both the situations, in the situation 1, as ma'am told, it's decade back. And tech was not there, as rightly mentioned by my friend. So I can see in the situation 1, there was more of dependence on people, on
I will
place.
pause because in the interest of time, I'm also curious to accept a lot of your innovative questions in the end. I want to wrap it up quickly. So let's talk about number of days taken in the first situation and the second
Okay, in
situation.
the first one, if the recruiter has to send to the person that you have been you have been
Shortlisted.
shortlisted for the job, then he has to courier the
So number of
letter.
days taken.
Mostly around 7 days.
Absolutely, 7 or even 10. If I'm not in a metro, I would have got the courier probably after a week. And today, in the later situation?
An hour, ma'am.
Yes, that's right. Perfect. Now, next, the last segment, onboarding. How was my experience earlier and how is my team's experience now? Yes, please.
Saira ma'am, I'm not sure about onboarding, but overall, I want to tell that first situation was more of hard work and second situation was more of smart work.
Absolutely well summarized. Thanks for that. But I want to add there, my earlier first situation joining, it took me at least a week. I did not have the clarity. I did not have the organizational culture being aware or given as a communication to me. The second situation, my team had everything ready. On the day 1, he or she joined me, and day 3, he was all compliant. And that is what today is the impact of AI in talent acquisition. Talent acquisition today uses AI as an enabler because we use this largely for saving time, to make in a lot of unbiased decisions, to bring in the right candidate with the tool used, with the evaluations done online, with the recordings that we do. We also use this further for data analysis, which is more important for us as a team at a high level. Now, this is at an operational level. Now, if I have to talk at a strategic level as a talent acquisition leader, for me, it's very important to look at the source mix that my team is bringing in. Am I focusing more on the direct channels or am I paying a lot to the vendors or the agencies? A. B. Am I generating referrals? Am I encouraging employees to bring in more referrals to the organization, or am I using more of the direct channels where I'm not building the brand within the organization? 3, it also helps me to find out if I am branding my organization well, which is in today's world called as employee value proposition, which my recruiters are the change agents to deliver that largely for the organization. And that's how AI has enabled me. Now, how does it save time? You all have given me the example stage-wise. That's how it enables the candidate to have a good experience. Likewise, my recruiters to use less time. Most importantly, my hiring managers who give me the positions to have a better experience of filling the positions early at a lesser time and a lesser cost. And that's what it says when I say about saving cost. And unbiased decisions. Now, unbiased decisions like Danya and Nidhi have already mentioned, it depends largely on the data set that we input into the AI, and most of this AI is customized. So what comes to the team is later after we implement, we experiment, we test the CRM or AI, and then we cascade it to the team. That's how we bring in the unbiased decision making in the process, because we key in those factors of what is important for my organization or any organization. Now, this is a very important thing because each organization culture is different. For example, a sales representative that I hire for an Apple or a Microsoft is totally different from what I hire for an SAP as an organization, Oracle, or for that matter, the Accenture, Infosys of the world. The skills are different. So I cannot say I have a one solution for all the hiring skills that I have. No, I have to customize it and bring in and develop the solution for my organization. And that's how I build in the unbiased decision making. And most important, save time. We spoke about it. But I will pause here if in case any questions, else I will move on. Awesome. So next, AI in HR and onboarding. We discussed this in the scenarios as well that we have just spoken about. Onboarding is one of the crucial steps which enables a make or break for a candidate to join us or to even go and speak against the organization. I'm sure you heard from your seniors about their experience in joining an organization, whether they really loved it or they come back and tell you, please don't join XYZ even if they're offering you XYZ package or a higher package. Yes or no? Yes? So why did that happen? Because somewhere those organizations did not think about onboarding as a crucial engagement step wherein I as a candidate can be influenced to be associated with the organization for long, or I may even go out and say, I'm not accepting this offer, neither will allow any of my relatives, friends, classmates to join this organization, right? So that's where onboarding becomes an important pillar. And how is AI enabling this today? Today we have a lot of applications, lot of startups, which has enabled onboarding quite smooth. Like I have all my pre-onboarding processes on my phone. I don't even need a laptop. I would not even need any specific network or a place that I have to sit on. I can complete the pre-onboarding process on my phone at a click in 15 minutes maximum, submitting all the documentation. B, I create my bank account online. I don't have to do the process that I used to do probably 15 years back today, which is very important because when I joined the company, my first salary has a lot of personal emotions attached to it, right? And when you get the first salary on time, trust me, it makes a lot of difference, not just on the employee, but also their families for whatever reasons. So the psychological effect is created when you build in the AI-enabled smooth onboarding processes for your employees as a process. Now, when we talk about onboarding, there are also other effects about culture and also the connecting with the system. What does this mean? Culture for each organization differs, but the way I engage with the candidate represents my culture. And that's where becomes the first branding point of my organization with any of the incumbent that I'm trying to attract into the system. So AI plays, so what happens today is, suppose you're joining any organization, most of the AI-enabled organizations I'm referring to, if they have this application with them, you receive emails on, welcome to the team, your onboarding is on 18th November 2023. XYZ is your point of contact. Please report at this point of time. And your lunch is scheduled with your hiring manager at so-and-so venue. You get all of these triggers. How comfortable and how satisfied would you feel versus the first situation when I told you that I didn't even know where am I supposed to go day one? Which one is the better situation for you? Absolutely. And that's where AI enables, and we as HR try to enable and facilitate that experience to our employees and our candidates while they join us. Now, how does it help us in quality and clarity especially? Now, when I say clarity, A is buddy. Now, I won't take the question which went earlier to Nidhi probably about login and logout time. So today, unlike the traditional organizations, we have moved forward, we are progressing. So we do not track the login and logout time. Let me be very clear. None of the, at least the progressing organizations. What we track is your key performance indicators, your KPIs. What does that mean? That you and your manager set some goals which are there in the system, which could have some metrics defined. For example, if you are hired as a business development manager for an organization, you will have a KPI. Probably for the 30, 60, 90 days could be just the induction. But after that, you will have a target to achieve probably X million USD business. That is your target. Whether you come into office or you don't come into office, the moment you achieve that X million, your performance is metric is evaluated by your manager. And so your login and logout time actually becomes invalid. Now, little further, how is this captured in the organizations? We have AI-enabled system where you and your manager key in your performance indicators, your goals into the system, and it gets tracked periodically where you're capturing the details metric-wise on the system. And that talks about your performance. If you're a high performer, you're moving up the organization. If you're not a high performer, metrics are captured by your manager, your HR, and you're given a feed forward on improving or leaving the organization. It's as simple as that. So you do not go into the traditional method. But let me also mention, there are still some organizations which track the login and logout time for various traditional reasons. But most of the progressive organizations have AI-enabled performance management, which helps in tracking the productivity, not just at the productivity level, but also at a high level of skills, which I'll come later in the presentation. And then lastly, connecting with the system is highly about your buddy and your manager, which is important, and it is tracked. So when I get the first email saying that I have XYZ as my buddy, it also means after I meet the buddy goes and updates in the system on the discussion. So it is tracked and evaluated very well. And that's how the new joiner or the employee is connected with the system. Likewise, once you join in and you're moving in multiple projects, the similar tracking metrics is available in the system to evaluate your performance and your contributions to that project. And that's how you're engaged. And that's how the AI enables here. So this is how AI enables not just talent acquisition, but my onboarding. And when I said exit, I will make it very quick and short one. Earlier days, if I have to leave an organization, I resign, I talk to my manager. But on the last day, I go pillar to post to each department to sign off that I do not have any asset with me. But today, all of that is done online, and earlier I would get the relieving letter probably after 45 or 60 days. Today I get the experience letter by the time I reach home after handing over the assets. So that's the AI enabled process that exit uses in the organizations. Moving further, in the interest of time, AI performance and management and succession planning. I've given a gist of it, how the KPIs are monitored on the system and how the manager or the employee is tracked of the performance. Now at a high level, why is this important for me is because all the skill repository is available on the system for me. B, my HR manager will also have a view of what my team is performing, whether my team has a healthy culture, growing prospects in the organization, or is it having an unhealthy culture. It helps with the data that is captured by AI-enabled inputs that we put in or key in into the system. Next, what else does the AI help us in? As a HR leader, I pick up the skill mapping that I have in the system to arrive at what is the talent that my organization will have probably 3 years or 5 years later, and where else should I progress on. Lastly, AI-enabled coaching or learning will also help to key in and plan the succession planning for my organization effectively by the HR leaders today. But I want to pause here if in case any questions, or else I'll move on. Okay, good. So moving on, the next segment is I was going through some of the articles, and I also heard most of the speakers earlier talking about losing a job or is there a threat to my job. So let me also clearly mention that there is no solution to that for sure, but World Economic Forum mentioned that there will be approximately 85 million jobs which will be lost, but at least 95 million jobs recreated, which will be something new from what each one of us have been playing. So like it was mentioned in the beginning, that AI with authentic insight. So let's look at it at a way that we adopt and embrace the change to become better and become better enablers and strategic partners in the organization by adopting it into our HR sub-functions at each level. And VUCA is something that we all know, we have experienced during the pandemic, and we still are aware that how AI has enabled to pick this up during the COVID. Like most of the organizations which were traditional have adopted to online working because there was no choice. But today they are moving to more of sustainable approaches with the AI, so that in case of any VUCA situations, we are able to sustain and grow rather than being stagnated with our business growth. I wanted to play this video. Let me see if I can, just to talk about, this is one of the examples available on the YouTube on how AI has enabled the performance management in the industry. It is actually by one of the AI
great companies were built from the top down. But the top teams of today look a lot different. Your people work from anywhere. They self-manage and form teams on demand. Most of all, they want to make a greater impact. Mesh lets them do that every day with continuous performance management. Goal tracking is intuitive. And impact is celebrated by making it visible to everyone. Managers get constant access to rich data on employee performance based on goals and real-time feedback. This improves one-on-ones and leads to more holistic assessments during reviews. Employee satisfaction is easy to track and improve within Mesh. AI keeps an eye out for individual growth opportunities and gives everyone tips they can use right away. Mesh easily integrates with all of your existing tools, and your dedicated customer success manager will make the platform fit the way you work. Make a great impact and build a greater company with Mesh.
Mesh is actually one of the AI tool or startup which is providing the services to the organizations. And this is just one of the examples. You will have quite a lot of examples online to browse and to find out more about how these tools are enabling the HR function. Moving further, lastly, we'll be talking about the workforce management. Now, workforce management, like one of the students mentioned, that it is more about planning the workforce or planning the what you call as number of employees that I would need. Yes, that is one of the traditional definitions. For some reason, I'm not able to move forward here. So workforce management today is more about planning on what kind of skills that I would like to have in the pyramid of organization. Anyone to answer about what is a pyramid of the organization? Yes, that's right. So can I have 100% leaders and probably 10% at a entry level and 20% at a mid level? Absolutely. So I have to define the pyramid basis the culture, basis the vision that I have for my organization. That is one aspect of the workforce management. There is a second aspect of workforce management, largely in the services industry. The organizations like Accenture, Infosys, TechM, Wipros have this quite utilized in their systems today. So when we talk about workforce management, it is the demand and supply of the resources. For example, the large organizations have larger skills, probably around 3 lakhs or 4 lakh of employees with different skill sets. But as a HR leader, I would not know where is the skill lying, where is the skill available. If I have to sign up a new project, how do I know where is this available? So traditional method was dependent on Excel sheets and spreadsheets, but today we have AI enabled tools which will help us to know what is the pool available versus the demand, and for the supply, where is the gap and how do I go about it? Do I go about it internally with the internal job postings, or do I go about with the external hiring? That is workforce management for me today. Furthermore, at a high level, workforce management also talks about the strategies of the pyramid that we spoke about, helps the workforce managers or the resource managers that they are called as in the industry to partner with the HR function and the business leaders to talk about where are we trending. For example, most of the organizations were not prepared with AI, to be very honest, except for the product organizations like Microsoft, Amazon, etc., and some of the services firms. But today, most of the other organizations in the service industries are upskilling their team so that they are AI trained and they have the resources in their organizations. How did they come up with this? They could come up with this only with the demand and supply gap analysis that they could do, which was enabled by this AI technology for them. And they could come up with the strategy that, okay, now it's the time that I train my resources in AI so that I can build in more projects for my organization and bring in more work. That is what is workforce management or the talent supply chain about. So talent supply chain talks about demand, supply, analytics, and bench. Now, bench is one of the very quick things that I will talk about. Is bench is a period in most of the service organizations and few of the product organizations where you have talent gap between one project to the other project. That period is called as bench. So if I am on bench, I could be on bench for 2 days or I could be on bench for 2 months, but still I'm a cost to my company, isn't it? So to arrive at a better effective cost analysis, I utilize this AI tool to ensure my bench is less and my demand and supply are always filled up. That's how the AI helps me to scale further utilization of the resources, the productivity, and the cost effective measures that I as an HR can enable my business to function. So that's about the talent supply chain. And moving further, today, I would like to just conclude that HR is more of an enabling function, a change agent, like I mentioned already. And each of these AI-enabled functions that I spoke about, be it talent acquisition, be it performance management, be it onboarding, or be it the workforce management, it helps us to bring in more of unbiased data or the decision making, the quick analysis, saving of time, and most importantly, in talent development and retainment. Now, on this part, something very quick that I wanted to mention is that retainment is a challenge. Did all of you hear about attrition being at high during COVID? What was the percentage? What was the industry percentage? Probably that's the right question. So let me tell you, before COVID, the industry percentage of attrition was at 18 to 20. Now guess what was the percentage during COVID? 50, 60. Yes, some of the organizations even had it as high as 70 as well. That was primarily for the reason that there was boom for opportunities and everyone was also involved in moonlighting. What does moonlighting mean? Yes, and that happened actively during COVID. Like there were resources who were working for 2 or 3 companies, getting 2 or 3 salaries every month, right? So AI tool enables us to identify and mitigate those risks and building the right talent development and reducing the attrition percentage for the organization. Today, with the macroeconomic situation that we are all facing, thankfully, industry is back to this same 16 to 18 percentage of attrition today. So that's a good news for us, thanks to the macroeconomic situation. Lastly, I would like to say that HR has to be looked at mostly as a partner in strategic decision making. Please look at it at a high level of not operations are very important. Without operations, you cannot arrive at a strategic decision. But look at HR as a change agent. You are a change enabler today in the organization, and you bring in that behavioral change in the organization by adopting the AI in your functions at various levels. It could be at a functional level. It could be also at an entrepreneur level, if in case you're planning to start your own organization. So build in that culture right from the beginning so that you are adopting the technology to be better and to be progressive in the organization, or to be progressive in the industry as per the relevancy that it is required. So I would like to pause here and mention that couple of examples which we are all aware, probably all of you also know about it. IBM is known to adapt AI. You have a lot of AI updates on IBM available online. L'Oreal is one of the organizations which adopted AI in talent acquisition in way back in 2015 to an extent that they could churn 2 million CVs to hire probably 200 or 300 resources across the globe effectively with the AI, which was earlier not possible. Can any team, like how many team members will I hire to screen 2 million applications, right? So L'Oreal is one of the best cases that you can go and study or read through about. There is also some of the tools like HireView, which has its case studies mentioned. There is also tools like iSense, which has its case studies mentioned about how it has impacted and made HR function efficient in the industry. So you can go up, look up and Google about it. And lastly, change is something that is constant. So the sooner we embrace as we grow in our careers or as we grow up in the ladder, it is most useful for us to stay relevant in the industry. So wishing all the best. I will pause here, and any questions, more than happy to answer them.
Sarah, ma'am. Thank you for the inspiring session, ma'am. It kept us hooked.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have one question. like for succession planning, for the C-suite roles, there are three things that are very important: knowledge, skill, and attitude.
Yes.
As you rightly mentioned, we can map skills and knowledge using the AI tools. But how do we map attitude using AI tools, ma'am?
Brilliant. Brilliant question. I was expecting this. So, just to add on to that, today as HR professionals, we look at KSA and H, which is more on attitudes and habits. So, what does my AI do when I have to look up for my C level or the leadership succession planning? I also have tools where my behavioral, my social platform inputs are captured for me to know what is the attitude or what is the aptitude, emotional intelligence of my resources in the organization, and build up with a coaching plan or a training plan so that I build up that next level in the organization gradually with mutual feedback. Now, however, for this, most important is A, I have the resources or the leaders who are coachable. B, I also have sufficient data gathered through AI to arrive at this conclusion, because some of it could be bias that I hear from somebody and then I make a decision. That is not the right way. So, be most important, I should have the data and the right tool to bring in that conclusion that yes, this is the coachable set that I can pick up and coach them as per the various coaching that I have in the L&D.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sairam ma'am.
Yes.
Sairam ma'am. Ma'am, my question is, if an organization adopts 100% AI-based recruitment and hiring, then is it okay that that organization will perform good? Because as per me, earlier when recruitment process was slower and people have to go through that heat of this recruitment and all that,
Yes.
that time they feel a relatedness to the organization and they were more loyal towards the organization. But now, since this process of recruitment is very quick, then we are also getting quick shift in the jobs also.
Yes.
So is it okay for an organization to adopt 100% recruitment through this process only, AI process only?
So, to answer this, actually, my earlier speaker has already answered that the customization depends on the organization, at which level the organization would like to implement in its functions. Would it like to implement 100% or would it like to implement at a stage-wise transformation? So, what some organizations do is they adopt it at a level where I can reduce the non-value adds for my team. For example, if my team is hiring volumes, say probably 1,000 or 2,000 per month, then it is a lot of non-value add that my recruiters will be performing. That's when AI becomes a very important and significant tool that I reduce the screening time and interview time. But probably at a leadership level or at a senior level hiring, I may not adopt, because the leadership is something, a pool that I have to manage maturely. So each organization will have its own approach on which is the talent segment that I would like to adopt and which is the segment that I may want to do it transformatively over phase wise. Hope that answered.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks.
Saira ma'am.
Yes.
I had a question regarding moonlighting and gig work.
Sure.
So, how do using AI tools, how can we actually get these people into our vision that these people are doing moonlighting or they are working side by side with other company?
Sure. So these days we have AI enabled the processes where we can evaluate a candidate via tool, and we can also find the what you call as his association with the organizations by checking the database. Is any one of you aware about reference checks or background checks that the company performs? So these checks are so enabled, and we have a global database. There are a lot of organizations which carry out the background verification. So they have data of almost all the professionals, be it in any industry, IT, pharma, medical, any of these industries. So these organizations have a quick repository to help us with the reference check to find out if XYZ is associated with any other organization or is working with the same organization. So there is a mandatory step that before we onboard any resource, we do, most of the organizations adopt this background verification as a process where you check with the background checks to see if the candidate holds one offer or more than one offer. That's the prerequisite step.
Sairam ma'am, as a part of my MBA project, I'm studying the generation gap between Gen X and Y, where I see both the generations are very different from each other by the history and the characteristics that they have, and to the motivation factors, of course. Then for an HR, it gets very complicated to engage all the employees through one system.
Yes.
So does AI have any solution of customization to each generation? Like as my friend already has mentioned a question where she was talking about if the process is more rigorous, you feel that you are more loyal to the company, but I feel that is more to do with generations.
Yes.
Like the partition generations were more loyal to the organizations because their history was like that.
Yes.
But Gen X and Gen Y are more of instant gratification, so they do job hopping.
Yes.
So what AI has for the generations?
Yes, in fact, I wanted to connect that to that question, but then I wanted to withhold that because that's a different topic. So yes, we have different generations: Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, baby boomers, and millennials. Millennials are more of immediate gratification, but trust me, we have AI-enabled learning tools where the managers are equipped with understanding the behavior that each generation brings with itself and curate your KPIs, or the method of allocating the KPIs or goals are curated for each of these generations. The managers are trained with the behaviors and they act upon it stepwise. So if I have a Gen X in my team and I have a Gen Z and I'm also a millennial, my way of assigning the same KPI will differ. For example, a Gen X will prefer to be independent, and the moment I assign a XYZ task, he or she feels that I am responsible and I will complete it. So with a Gen X, I would not need constant monitoring. A millennial, where more of the behavior is towards the immediate gratification, would require that step-by-step guidance. And trust me, when you give that, he or she is very happy because he or she has achieved that goal. And that's how that millennial generation is, right? So you achieve like 90% now, you're very happy because your parents are happy, your peers are happy, your faculty is happy. So at workspace also, we provide them goals at a paced manner so that we achieve the end goal. And each of us have the access, not only in the IT industry, in the pharma industry, or any of the other industries, managers today are trained to manage the different workforce, the Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, and millennials as a combination today. So there is AI-enabled predictive analysis that you know on the behaviors that you have, and how do you manage that as a training from the L&D is also given in all the industries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Yes, please.
Saira ma'am.
Saira.
Being an HR, it is required to know the strategies to be used on the employees before they quit, or to know the intention of the employees to know the intention of the employees about their quitting or their behavior. So is there anything that AI helps in knowing the intention, or are there any strategies that AI can give?
I would not say that there is a prescribed solution to arrive at it, but there are tools like my previous speaker, Nidhi, mentioned about chatbots, if you remember, that I can use chatbots to interact with the employees and curate or bring in more of information into the system on what kind of queries I'm putting in. For example, as an employee, if suppose I'm interacting with the chatbot and I'm regularly asking about when is my salary credited, when am I getting the hike, when am I getting my performance variable, or when am I getting a bonus, or when is that these kind of questions, that's an indicator which the HR will receive as a predictive that there is this trend happening with so and so team, and let's address it by providing either a direction in career or a goal in career. But is this adopted by all the organizations or the industries? I would say it is work in progress. Not many have adopted. If you follow a lot of this podcast on AI in HR or talent management, you will find that a lot of these changes are evolving every day, where the HR is still trying to find how this predictive analysis can be adopted for managing attrition, especially.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Saira ma'am, this would be
Saira.
your last question, ma'am.
Okay.
So, while going back to the starting of the presentation, where ma'am told about the first scenario and the second scenario, where ma'am compared how it changed with AI. So there was one point that stopped me there was the culture of the organization, knowing the culture of the organization. In the second scenario, where we were getting mails the moment we started attending the interview, can I say there are few automated mails also that are being generated? And in the first scenario, there are none like that. So a person has to come to the office every day for continuously 7 days, of which ma'am told, and should sit there, listen to the lectures or go through the
sessions.
presentations and know what is happening in the organization. So what I felt was there was more of knowing the culture of the organization, the first scenario, than the second one, because second was more of auto-generated mails, and they were. I mean, we all know that they are auto-generated.
Yes, that's right. So when we say it is auto-generated or AI-enabled, let's also consider the fact that earlier days, that way of working was more of physical being in office. Today, we are moving more towards adopting the remote work or work from anywhere. And in such a culture, it becomes imperative that you engage your talent force or the workforce with the effective communication. And that's where this automated emails would help the employee who's joining us to stay connected with the organization. And further, the next step, when a buddy is assigned, which is actually a person and not a chatbot, it will help engage furthermore. So the gap that was there, like not meeting or not having physical sessions, is filled by having this buddy and your manager connecting with you periodically after you join.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes.
Can we have another question?
Sure.
Ma'am, during the COVID times, there was a lot of gig working.
Yes.
For example, an HR consultant would work for 3 or 4 companies, but each company would be disclosed of the fact that she or he is working for all the companies. So it helped him or her to use AI productively and increase her productivity to cater to the needs of all the organizations. But after the pandemic time, the same employee is not allowed to do gig working. So isn't it a curb to her productivity when she or he has more capacity to work? The AI systems which are enabled by the companies track that she or he is doing gig working and wouldn't allow that to happen. Isn't that curbing productivity?
Absolutely. But gig economy is a topic of discussion by its own. So if I take up that now, probably there will be a lot of pros and cons. But to answer to your question, we also have to consider the country that we are in. Is the country landscape and the talents landscape open for the gig economy yet? No. Most of us are still conservative for various reasons, that we would like to have a job, a regular salary, and a safe environment, right? So gig economy is yet to pick up in the industry, in the country, and the legal guidelines around it is yet to be defined. It is still work in progress. So it is too early to mention, are we curbing or are we building the productivity by encouraging gig economy? It is still in discussion, and probably I'm not the right person to comment on it at this stage.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure, sure.
Which company you're working for, what you're working on,
It's a great question, right? Is gig economy legal or not, right? It's like Bitcoin legal or not in the financial parlance, right? Because it's a parallel economy that you're floating. And, more so for all of you, for all of us, it's important that we do the right considerations. Now, software is a very complex industry in terms of the knowledge, the skills, how you design a product. That's your IP, right? Like today you can wear your money, right? Like you can wear a cloth that has money. There's a chip that carries money. Your phone carries money. Everything carries money. Now, this is something very close for that individual company to make the next billion. Now, if you were to take this to the same competitor and get paid, then it's not an individual working, it's a collective team that's working on. So there are some legal angle to gig economy. So, my thought is if you have great talent in doing, there are so many ways to make money, right? Or, give or share, right? Choose what you want and then be confident and take the right step, because the boundary that you're crossing is much larger than the gains that you might realize. And if you just get one step deeper, right? That's just I wanted to add, Anusha.
Absolutely, perfectly added. Okay, so with this we conclude this session.
There is a question. First BCom and second BCom students.
Sure.
If AI uses key pointers to evaluate the eligibility of an applicant in the initial stage, it will be ruling out the possibility that the CV could have been created using AI. How can AI verify the legitimacy and authenticity of a CV?
So this is where the first step comes in, that you as a team define the criteria of AI screening the profiles. And as an HR, your team provides a list of things which are mandatory for the CV to be screened by AI. Some things like date of birth or a simple question that identify the cars in this picture, kind of things. You will easily be able to identify whether that is a AI enabled CV or a genuine CV that is uploaded. And this feature is available in the AI tools.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, one last question from my side. I want to know, active candidates are easily identifiable, whether the AI helps in identifying passive candidates.
There is still the technology work in progress is what I would say. You're right. Active candidates are very well found through various social media apps that you have. But the non-active candidates are something that we are yet to tap that, to be very honest. It is still done manually, or there is a niche recruiting team or there is a niche HR team which works on it to gather the pool or automate the pool that they have gathered in the past.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, this one last question, this has nothing to do with AI. I really just wanted to know, you were telling that HR should be more of business partner. Do really organization involve HRs in strategy formulation?
Yes. Okay. As a personal experience in all my organizations, apart from being the talent acquisition lead, I was fortunate enough to partner with the some of the diverse stages that happened, mergers and acquisitions that happened in the organization, some of the IJPs, the strategic leadership decisions of the hires, the succession planning. I was quite fortunate enough the organizations had the culture to involve me. And I'm sure these organizations are still building the diversity and inclusion in all the decision making as permitted by the organization guidelines. So it is very much active today.
Just to compliment from the business side for what Anusha is saying, I am a business leader in terms of managing the delivery for a geography. So I usually not only have a conversation with my leader who manages all of global, I also have a conversation with the HR partner in terms of saying, this is the direction, here is how we are heading to, these are the concerns. And they ask me, have you planned this? If you have a risk, how are you doing this? So HR is definitely an integrated function from her side as well as our side.
Absolutely. In fact, there were a lot of opportunities where I could even join in these C-level strategic meetings to contribute from the manpower or the headcount. How do I focus the talent landscape and what is my plan or approach to build in that? So successfully in all my assignments, I could contribute to build in 2x or 3x growth of the team with the similar team productivity by enabling the AI and automation into my team and the processes. So definitely today we work hand in hand with the leadership, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for being the bridge between the cutting edge technology and strategic business thinking in your session on AI on talent management. Your insights demonstrated that in the business landscape, the integration of AI is not just an option but a necessity for a sustainable growth. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I request Jaiprada ma'am to present a token of love and gratitude to Anusha ma'am. Now we will break for lunch. Let's not only nourish our bodies but also digest the rich insights that we gained in the morning session, recharge, refuel, and get ready for the equally fulfilling session in the afternoon. I request you all to be seated in the MMLC lab by 1:20 p.m. Thank you. Sign out.